Bell Bells, The Truth or Never Again. Chapter 1, Meeting Kale Again. The Bells head inside their bell cave after hanging out with Chloe at the mall. They spent most of their time finding an old science fiction movie that is extremely rare in San Francisco media stores. But after searching for nearly an hour, Icebell found the last copy before it sold out. Icebell opened the door with Grizz and Panda following from behind. Icebell feels exhausted. Icebell spoke. Icebell, it may be a well movie, but we could have told Chloe to find the movie on demand. Grizz sitting on the couch. You do realize that the newest movies that are digitally released, trying to find hard copies of older movies are becoming much harder to find, right? Panda added. We never had that in our streaming service, but people like Chloe's family do. As the two Bells look at Icebell heading to the kitchen preparing to get a drink of water from the faucet, Icebell felt proud of not letting Chloe down. Not even a bit. As if he's not trying to be 100% nice. As long as he's being a good friend to all, he's happy. Grizz, how many friends have we made? Panda wondered. I don't really know, Grizz responded. Take a guess. Grizz thought about Panda's question and blurted out 7. I think it was more than that, but I really don't know either, Panda replied. Icebell heads back in the living room with a glass cup of water in his hand. Icebell, how many friends have we made? Icebell doesn't know, he answered. Why do you want to know, Panda? Grizz wondered. Because lately we've been helping them with their goals like Daryl's wedding, Charlie and the Snakes, and now helping Chloe just before the final copy of the movie, before it sold out everywhere. It's like the more friends we get, the more company we get. This caused Grizz to get off the couch. That's a good thing, guys. That means we're fitting in, he smiled. It's only a matter of time to do the impossible. No, we're not going to risk the chance of causing trouble. Icebell agrees to stay out of certain situations, Icebell said, taking a sip of his water. Grizz felt disappointed from the disapproval from his brothers. I'm just trying to make all of our lives a little bit better. Our lives are just as normal like everyone we've known, Panda smiled. It's quite enough for us. I guess that is true. It's not like whatever we needed, we should always improve ourselves. We're fine with who we are. Let's just call it a night so we can watch a movie together. Panda gave the TV remote to Grizz as he headed to the kitchen for a snack. Just when he came back with an apple in his hand, there was a knock at the front door. Panda immediately opened it with Icebell and Grizz right behind him. Kale? Grizz and Panda responded with Icebell taking notice. Hey Bells, can I come in? He responded while the Bells invited him in. Aren't you supposed to be with Lucy? Grizz asked. She's working right now. I'm already done with work for the day. Kale took a seat on the couch while the Bells are still confused. Did Lucy tell you where we live? Panda asked. Yes, she did. Kale smiled. And I gotta say, this home feels good for Bell dudes like you. As the Bells felt pleased from Kale's compliment, they still wonder why he's here. Thanks, but is there anything you need from us? Grizz asked. Well, next week, Lucy is taking a day off from work, and I think we should do something we haven't done yet, since I've became her boyfriend. The boys look at each other upon hearing his suggestion for a date in regards to his relationship with Lucy. It's one thing to help someone they spend less time with, but Kale wasn't one of his friends until they met him in the limo. Kale, it's not that we have plans next week, it's just we're not fairly good friends with you as of yet, Panda said, which confuses Kale. Not that we don't like you, it's just we spend most of our time hanging out with Chloe or helping out with what our friends need. This made Kale mostly understand what Panda expressed. So, you don't want to help me? No, we've been thinking about hanging out with you eventually, but when the time felt right, Grizz said, being completely honest. Icebell always remembers everyone. Icebell added with a smile on the inside. Yeah, I mean, think about it, Kale. Panda sitting next to Kale. Before you met Lucy, we helped her with her deliveries during Food Friday. What activity were you thinking of doing to impress Lucy? Well, instead of going to a different city out of San Francisco, we should go in the wilderness for a change. You mean, like in a forest? Grizz asked. Yes. Panda came up with a solution for Kale regarding next week. He, along with his brothers, know full well that most of the friends haven't met each other yet. How about this? We'll talk to Ranger Tapes so we can go on a camping trip for the whole day. That could work, Kale responded. I've hiked in the woods from time to time. Yeah, Tapes and Lucy haven't met yet and the Poppy Rangers might come along, Panda added while giving Grizz his phone. I'll call them right now. Grizz dialing the phone number. Trust us, Kale. You won't regret this. With Grizz making a phone call to Ranger Tapes, Panda continues to eat his apple. Once he finishes, he heads back to the kitchen to throw the coal away. Really? You're willing to have Lucy's brother Clifford to be a Poppy Ranger? Grizz smiled. Yes, he can make friends with the other Rangers, Ranger Tapes cheered from the phone. I'll have everything taken care of by next week. Don't be late. Tapes ends the call while Grizz gives Kale the good news. We're going into the wilderness next week. He waves both of his hands up in the air. Icebell wants Chloe to come. Icebell grabbing the phone from Grizz. Jeez, you already made plans before me. Kale getting off the couch. I'll text Lucy about what we're going to do next week. See you dudes next week. Same to you, Kale. Grizz gives a fist pump to Kale just before he heads out the door. Upon leaving the cave, Panda saw Kale making his way to his car. It's been 4 months since he learned about the truth, and it took time for him to get over the goal of his dreams. Life hasn't been the same with him, but he's since learned to move on with his life. Just when Kale leaves, Grizz and Icebell arrived inside of the kitchen. So, Panda, you think about bringing someone to come along for a camping trip? Grizz asked. I really don't know, Panda responded. Daryl is taking care of his new life with Sophia, and we can't have Charlie out in the open. He took a seat by the kitchen table as Icebell gave him his phone back. Well, I'm sure Num Num won't spend a single day alone in the wilderness since he's quite famous, Grizz replied. He's only your friend, not mine or Icebell's friend. I still found him unredeemable, Icebell commented. And as much as I want Tom to come, he has his own plans every time he texts back to me. So it's just us, Lucy, Kale, Tapes, Chloe, and the Poppy Rangers next week. Well, I got some good news. Lucy's bringing Clifford along, so you got something to occupy during the trip. Grizz smiled. Panda didn't know what to expect for next week. Nearly all of his friends are coming along for just one day on a camping trip in the wilderness. However, it will be the first time he'll meet Lucy again after what happened in the limo. He's regretful for how he acted, but at the same time, he realized that he never talked to Lucy about his feelings towards her. Unfortunately, it's now too late for him to do that. Guys, do you remember that I had a crush on Lucy? Panda responded. Yes, we know what you mean, but you still don't have a chance. Grizz sitting by Panda. We're just trying to support you by not hurting you. Lucy spends most of her time making deliveries, and Kale knows how much her job means to her. This causes Panda to look down in shame. I know, unlike you two, I've done the least deliveries, and every time I fell behind, I get help from her or both of you. It makes me realize I'm not capable of having a girlfriend. Both Grizz and Icebell looked at each other upon listening to Panda's confession. They know full well Panda hasn't been looking after Goa since he moved on from Lucy, and it shows. Do you want to have a girlfriend? Grizz wondered. It's not that I don't want one anymore, it's just the more I learned, the less I feel in love, Icebell guessed, which caused Panda to embarrassedly blush. Yes. Have you ever fallen in love before while dealing with the fact that the girl you love is in a relationship with someone else? Not really, Grizz being honest. You really went through a phase, unlike us. Panda looked through his phone while going through his list of friends. He didn't change future Mrs. Panda after he and his brothers came back from T-Pain's concert. He knew doing the right thing was the only option until things got complicated for him. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm sure next week will be good for all of us. Panda got off his chair as he headed to the bathroom. Grizz wants to make Panda feel better during the whole trip next week, but it won't help at the fact his secret hasn't been spoken to Lucy. But with the risks of saying it in front of Kale, it won't be the ideal time or opportunity. He turned to his laptop and might find a way to help him with his love life. He took it out, went to a website similar to Mom's app and Buddy Maker. He came across it several times as an ad when he went through several different websites during his free time. Icebell decided to see what Grizz is doing, and once he saw the website itself, he knows exactly what's going on. Okay, and done. Grizz finished typing everything about Panda on the website, minus everything with his old relationship with Lucy in the past. Just when Panda got out of the bathroom, Grizz went to everyone's tube right away. So Panda, wanna watch a movie now? Sure, Panda spoke as he headed to the living room. I just hope she arrives before we go on our camping trip next week, Grizz whispered. Icebell isn't sure if the dream girl will arrive, Icebell whispered back. What was that? Panda responded from the living room. Nothing, Grizz reacted. In Louisiana, just over 2,000 miles from San Francisco, a train is making its way to Dallas, Texas. Inside, there's a girl wearing a panda hat while her phone case has a panda on it. She looked at her phone to see if there's any chance of getting a boyfriend from the dating website she's been on lately. But when she went to the latest information from the blog section, when she read the blog from beginning to end with a photo of Panda, she remembered meeting him just before she left San Francisco a while back. Not to mention, she thanked him for finding her lost phone. It's him again, she smiled. I really need to make up for what he did for me. As she put her phone away, she looked outside as she saw the sights of the state of Louisiana while taking a long journey to San Francisco, with many stops along the way. Chapter 2, Ranger Get-Together. A week later, the Bears are ready to head to the ranger station where Ranger Tapes along with the Poppy Rangers are waiting. Almost an hour ago, Chloe got dropped off by her parents, so she can come with the Bears for the camping trip. While Panda is cleaning himself in the bathroom, Grizz is checking through his laptop daily to get any updates from the dating website. Grizz, Chloe said, waiting by the front door. I don't think she's gonna arrive in time. We're gonna be late. I know, Grizz responded. I'm just trying to help Panda. Did she respond? Only a few, which was 6 days ago when she promised to arrive in San Francisco in time for our trip. Icebell predicts she'll arrive later than expected, Icebell said, entering the living room. Grizz took a deep breath and closed his laptop. He doesn't have much time left, especially with the fact that he's trying to keep it a secret for his brother. Maybe she's not coming today. The train trip from Louisiana is a long trip. We're just gonna have to try to make him feel better. Guys, I'm ready, Panda called to them coming out of the bathroom, which caught the attention from his brothers and Chloe. I got a text from Lucy and she, Kale, and Clifford are making their way to the ranger station. That's good, Grizz cheered. who's ready for a whole day of traveling. Icebell and Chloe went silent, while they give Panda an unsure look. Is there anything wrong? No, nothing wrong at all. Chloe acting calm. Well, we shouldn't be late to the ranger station. Let's make a head start. Panda immediately heads outside the cave, while the others are still unsure about him. Waiting 24/7 for her to arrive before they left for the trip was all they hoped, but unfortunately, the time is up and they don't have any choice now. We should talk to him about Lucy when we're there, Grizz said. Hope he feels alright about this, Chloe confessed as she got on Grizz's back. At the ranger station, the puppy rangers are waiting outside until the camping trip begins. Meanwhile, Ranger Tapes is inside, finding her schedule as she worked on for the past week. I can't believe we're going on a camping trip, Murphy chilled. Not to mention, we're gonna have 2 other children to be part of our group just for today, Parker smiled, along with the other child's older sister and her boyfriend. Nagran added, Puppy Rangers, Ranger Tapes called while coming out of the station. Remember that we're being nice to everyone on this trip. It's Grizz's idea to help Kale with his girlfriend. What are we going to do during the trip? Wallace asked. We're gonna help you with the activities along the way, but I'm sure you'll be able to spend time with them. Tapes! Grizz shouted from the distance. We're coming! Panda also shouted. Ranger Tapes and the Puppy Rangers turned around and saw the bears running to them, stacked up on top of one another, with Grizz carrying Chloe on his back at the top. They stopped in front of the Rangers after running through the woods for the past 10 minutes. Is that Chloe? Diaz pointed. That must be, Ranger Tapes placing her hands on her hips. Do I have to wear a uniform like them? Chloe asked Tapes, pointing at the Puppy Rangers before getting off of Grizz's back. Come on, it's not that bad, Tapes getting on her knee. Yes, I'm aware you're in college somehow, but the Puppy Rangers are fun to play with. Chloe looked at the Rangers themselves. The times she went on a journey in the woods, it's either with her family or the bears. Are there any activities involved in this trip? Besides setting up tents, yes, lots of activities. Then I'm ready to travel, Chloe chilled with confidence. Tapes takes Chloe inside the station to change into the Ranger's uniform. Grizz, Panda, and Icebell got out of the stacking position. All that's left is for Lucy, Clifford, and Kale to arrive in any minute. How's my favorite Rangers? Grizz asked, walking up to the kids. Awesome, Murphy jumped. I mean, we're not going to be sleeping in tents during the day, but walking the trails is enough for me, Diaz added. I have a question. Niglen raised her hand. Is Lucy really nice? And her boyfriend and little brother? Wallace added. The answer to her and Kale, yes, but Clifford can be, Grizz tried. He has allergies like I do, Panda filling in. Trust me, when he hyperventilates, he needs his inhaler immediately. Like Pan Pan, Grizz wrapped his arm around his brother. Don't worry about us, Grizz, Parker said, acting confidently. Anyone who's welcome in our Ranger group even for one day will still be treated the same way as we do for each other. As the Puppy Rangers do the pose, Panda is looking forward to the trip itself. He knows the amount of times Grizz spent with Ranger Tapes and the Puppy Rangers with the activities involving hiking, camping, and many more. And I can tell you, today is going to be an unforgettable day for all of us, Panda smiled. When they heard an engine rumble in the distance, a black shining vehicle stops by the ranger station, which also caught Tapes' attention just when she finished putting Chloe's uniform on. And it's just a matter of time for Clifford to put on his. That must be Kale's car, Grizz replied. Icebell's ready to hang out with Kale, Icebell commented. 2 car doors have been pushed open, revealing Lucy in her normal clothes and her boyfriend Kale with the hiking gear. Lucy heads to the back to help Clifford out of his seat. It took her a week to find ways for her brother to stay safe during the whole trip, but Ranger Tapes said she'll have everything under control. Tapes got out of her station with Chloe in front of her. Poppy Rangers, I introduce you to Lucy, her brother Clifford, and Kale, her boyfriend. Upon hearing the call, the Poppy Rangers immediately ran up to Lucy, much to her surprise. Wow, she reacted once she shut the car door. Are you the same person who runs the Lucy produce stand in the farmer's market? Diaz asked. Well, yes, she responded. My name's on my market stand. Clifford began to sniff. It's true, he spoke. Hey, is this your brother Clifford? Wallace asked. Yes, but I want to make sure he's away from harm during the whole trip, Lucy answered while Ranger Tapes walked up to her. I've got everything under control, Lucy. If there's anything bad that happens, my eyes will always be on your brother, Tapes said, acting confident. All I need to do is to put him in a Poppy Ranger uniform and he'll be a ranger to smell the outdoors. Yeah, I still like the forest in San Francisco, Clifford commented while walking up to Tapes. At least you're still in the mood to come with us, Chloe smiled. Trust me when I say this, when he's not sensitive to his allergens, it takes a while for him to find his enjoyment, Lucy responded. The Poppy Rangers look at each other for what they can do with Chloe and Clifford once the trip begins. We'll take care of everything, they all shouted. Kale would love to meet Ranger Tapes and the other children, but his attention was on the bears, just when he got out of his car. As he made his way, the bears took notice upon his appearance. Kale, you're here, Grizz spoke with excitement. With my hiking backpack, Kale showed off his backpack to the bears. I want to thank you for making this day happen. Don't mention it. We're making sure that today is exactly what we planned out last week, Panda added as Kale turned his attention to Panda. I know, from the way Ranger Tapes is in charge, I've got nothing to worry about. Then Kale remembered something he had on his mind yesterday, just before he packed up for the trip. Panda? Yes, Panda blinked. When I met you in the limo on the Golden Gate Bridge, why did you run away? He asked. This caused Icebell and Grizz's eyes to shut open. They understand what happened with Panda during that day, and they're lucky that he came back, and yet no one even told him what was going on with their brother. Panda flinched once he heard Kale's question. The only person he ever talked about his issue was T-Pain, and no one else. Not to mention, he's regretful for rejecting the papayas Kale offered to him. He tried to answer, but he refused to upset himself, nor making his crush learn about his secret. Yes? Grizz then steps in to help his brother. Maybe we should talk about this at a later time. You know, when we're not in public. The brown bear make a nervous grin. Icebell prefers private conversations behind closed doors, Icebell added. Kale had no response, but simply nodded, with a slightly confused expression. Actually, I'm really curious, since Lucy told me it wasn't the papayas. He just has a habit of being too shy, Grizz responded while Panda glared at him. No, it wasn't. Icebell covered Panda's mouth, cutting him off. Kale became even more curious from the way Panda reacted. Is there something you want me and Lucy to know? Panda sighed in disappointment in himself, with a new question raised from Kale. Not now. It's not the time for that, especially when we're traveling. Panda spoke after Icebell let go of him. Maybe after we're done traveling, we can talk about this in the cave. Kale is not only ashamed of not getting an answer right away, but his curiosity is slowly getting higher. Is it a promise? It's not sure if it's going to happen by chance. Okay. Kale then heads back to Lucy and the others to help them prepare for the trip. I got a feeling this is gonna follow me for the whole day. Are you sure you're gonna talk to him about it tonight? Grizz asked. Panda looked at the sky while thinking about his decision. I have no idea. Iceberg was afraid when not looking into the future. Iceberg looked concerned. Chapter 3 Lucy and Tapes. After Clifford got in his Poppy Ranger uniform, the entire group began the hike into the wilderness. Lucy, Kale, Grizz, and Ranger Tapes are leading the group along the trail, while Panda and Icebell are staying behind the group to keep an eye on everyone. They're about a mile away from the river, where some wooden boats are resting on the shore of, which is their next big activity. All they're doing right now is looking at the trees and taking in the beauty of Mother Nature. I think I've been to this place before, Lucy said, looking at her surroundings. You have? Ranger Tapes asked, with a hint of surprise in her voice, looking at Lucy. Well, when I first met the Bears, that is, we had quite a bit of fun here. This gives Tapes a fresh liking to Lucy, along with it being the first time she's been in extended period of time with her. Tell me about it. I've spent more time getting help from them whenever I'm hunting down creatures. You hunt down creatures around here? Kale asked. Yeah, and she loves doing it, Grizz added. Wherever justice is needed, she'll take full advantage of the opportunity. Lucy and Kale couldn't get the full story about Ranger Tapes when she was busy to make this day happen. At first they thought she's just doing her job as a ranger, but little did they know, there's a lot needed to understand her like the Bears do. Hey, I was wondering, Tapes, Lucy asked. If the Poppy Rangers need any help with food, I'm willing to think of something simple to make for lunch, like the kind of sandwiches you make for your brother, Tapes guessed, pointing at Clifford. She made me olive sandwiches for breakfast, she responded. Lucy looked at the Poppy Rangers and Clifford from behind. She remembered how cautious she was to make sure her brother doesn't suffer an allergic reaction. Do you know what these kids like to eat? I'll tell them before lunch, once I get the answer. I'll do the food picking, Kale smirked. Trust me, I do this when I get hungry during hiking. That's great, Grizz smiled. Looks like I've got a helping hand for food picking, Ranger Tape said, making a confident look. You don't have to mention it. When I'm around, I'm here for help. At the back of the group, Panda can sneakily eavesdrop on a conversation between Ranger Tapes and Lucy. He's totally fine with Kale being around, but with the mental image of answering his question from before, all the while exposing the truth is something he won't be looking forward to tonight. Panda, Parker turned her head. Is there something wrong? Lucy woke up from his daydreaming and paid attention to one of the Poppy Rangers. Nothing really, he responded. Are you sure? Because it feels like you're struggling a bit, Muffy added. I'm not struggling, it's just that the last time I went to the forest, I always get into unfortunate situations. Panda looking at the trees. That's not untrue. Sure, it's scary during the night, but during the daylight, it's harmless. If you're feeling this way, why did you come along in the first place? Parker asked again. Icebell wants every brother to come along, Icebell spoke, no matter what trip it is. It's not that. I mean, yes, we brothers stick together, but we're trying to help Kale, Panda replied. You mean him? Chloe pointed. Yes. Chloe looks through her glasses at Lucy's boyfriend. Even if she never talked to him since he arrived, it's not gonna stop her from meeting him soon. What are you going to do with him during this trip? Like doing an activity during hiking? Yes, from what Tape said, we're going to be doing activities after we do rafting in the river. Panda didn't read the schedule of Tape's world, but Grizz had been visiting the ranger station to check on her, so his brother may know something. I'll talk to him before we go rafting. Just when Chloe put her focus back in her hike, she still had one more question. Is there another reason why you decided to come? Yeah, brothers or not, it feels like you're hiding something, Parker added. Panda begins to worry as more people get closer to discovering his secret, as if everyone was eyeing on him. It's bad enough he had to deal with a conversation with Kale tonight, but the children raising more questions was the last thing he expected it to happen today. Icebell wants his brother to enjoy himself, Icebell said, helping out his brother. Despite not liking the way the question was answered, two of the Poppy Rangers and Chloe turned their attention back to the front as they get closer to the river. Thanks, Icebell. Panda smiled as Icebell slightly closed his eyes in gesture. The whole group walked for about 7 to 10 minutes in the woods. So far, the Bells have kept an eye on the kids, while Tapes and the Yellows lead the group. Lucy finds herself enjoying the trip so far while she sees the river through the trees. Looks like we're getting close. The group got out of the trail as they saw 5 boats on the sand with 6 paddles in each boat. Ranger Tapes made her way to the boats, beginning her next speech for the group. Now here's something I'm sure you all got your boat rafting badge on, she smiled. Boat paddling, the Poppy Rangers cheered as they rushed to the boats. Once Lucy and the Yellows saw the boats, they figured out how to keep the children satisfied while on the river, whoever they're paired with. This is gonna be fun, Clifford said excitedly, looking at the river. Whoa, you're still gonna stay in the middle no matter what, Lucy said concernedly, holding her brother's arm tightly. Is it okay if I keep an eye on him? Kale offered. Sure, Lucy slowly handed her brother to her boyfriend as Kale got onto his knees to see Clifford at his level. Don't worry, Clifford. I'll make sure you don't fall in the water. Lucy always told me everything about you. It's fine. I'm starting to get used to you, he spoke while sniffing through his nose. Panda saw the way Kale was taking it easy on Lucy's brother. He took it easy on him when he was babysitting him, but also realized he's well out of his league. Maybe I'm not qualified to be with Lucy, he thought, but I doubt she'll forgive me if I tell her the truth. He went to Grizz after he helped the Poppy Rangers set up the boat before hitting the river. Grizz? Yes, Pan, Grizz responded. What is the next activity we're going to do after paddling? We're gonna do rain tossing. Tapes has always set up so we can start once we get there. This gave Panda an idea for what he can do with Kale. Does this have anything to do with your... He then leans into Panda's ear. Secret about Lucy? All that Panda did was nod with Icebell walking up from behind. Icebell's heels for brotherly backup. The two Bells reacted upon looking at the brother. I just want to have a talk with Kale alone. Don't worry, Grizz smiled. There's an open spot just behind several trees. No one will be able to eavesdrop without us noticing. Without taking his time to think about his choice, Panda wants to set things straight while making progress before talking to his former crush. When Kale takes Clifford along with 2 of the Poppy Rangers in one of the boats, Lucy and Tapes are taking Wallace in their boat. Panda decides to be in Icebell's boat, with Chloe and Grizz takes the rest of the Poppy Rangers. As they push the boats in the water, they start to paddle as soon as they get into the deepest part of the river. With the sun shining above the crystal clear water, everyone in the boats continue to paddle to their next destination. So, you're gonna talk to Kale once we start the wing toss? Chloe asked while turning her head to Panda from behind. Yes, but I don't need privacy, Panda answered. Icebell will make sure privacy is the #1 priority, Icebell spoke while still paddling. While they continued to paddle for the next couple of minutes, Panda saw Lucy and Tapes paddling with Wallace in the middle. She feels more happy the more she gets to know Ranger Tapes. He's relieved everything is working out for her, but his hours are getting numbered quickly. Do you really need to do this? You don't have to make things hard for yourself, Chloe said. Chloe, if you were with us while we're hanging out with Lucy, you will understand how much You know what? Panda slightly blushed. I'm sure she'll understand where you're coming from after all this time. Trust me, you're a bit too young to understand romance. The young 10-year-old girl rolled her eyes. You know how smart I am. If you think she's that respectful to you, she knows how respectful you are to her. Icebell knows Lucy's qualities of kindness, Icebell said, turning his head to his brother. Panda tried to think of the positives in his situation for when the truth comes out. However, the odds are way too high to even think about surpassing them. The only thing he can wish for is how everything will be like after today, when he sees Lucy during Fruit Fridays. In Lucy's and Tape's boat, Lucy enjoyed her view of the forest on both the left and right, while also occasionally looking into the river. This looks amazing, she commented. Tapes, I was wondering. Yes, Lucy? Tapes turned her head. Maybe when I take the week off from work, can I be your co-angel? Both Tapes and Wallace blinked from what they heard from Lucy. Co-angel? Wallace spoke. Sorry, but it takes time to understand the nature of animals in the forest, Ranger Tapes responded. I've came across so many animals whilst also keeping them safe and sound. I know, but I can treat them with a proper respect, Lucy smiled. Then a look of realization came to Tape's face after remembering meeting Lucy for the first time. You just want to hang out with me, right? Yeah. Why? Lucy looked at the other puppy rangers while they're paddling in their boats. I found your job really fun to experience. It surprises me that the bears never told me about you before. As the ranger kept her attention on the river, she didn't expect someone she never met before to make a gesture this honestly to her. I don't think we're gonna work this out. Animals like rabbits eat carrots and other plants, not fruit or other things. Yes, but I can handle the lessons of becoming a ranger like you. If it takes time, you can let me borrow your forest ranger journal. Ranger Tapes realized that most of the rangers who came over to our station were limited whenever she's on duty, even when she's with Martinez. It's mostly doing paperwork to double time. Same goes to other rangers when it's a serious emergency. I think I may have something for you to do, Tape said, coming up with a possible solution. If you're willing to read the whole journal by yourself, I can show you all the photos of the animals who live here. You can feed them. They enjoy getting feed from anyone who finds them cute and harmless. Then Wallace turned her head to Lucy. We had to learn a lot to become a ranger. Puppy ranger or just a normal ranger, she added. No problem for me. Lucy closed her eyes in happiness. It took time until I opened my business of Lucy Produce. We always have to start somewhere to become better business people. That's true. I've worked in San Francisco and let's just say there was a lot of damages of... Wait, were you the same woman who saved a bird's life while there were hundreds of broken cars on the road? Lucy asked. This caused Tapes to be offended, but had to learn from the consequences she'd inadvertently caused. I'm sometimes a bit too into nature. Animals often feel more important to me than anything else. Please don't judge me. I'm not judging you, I wasn't even suspicious. Have you ever embarrassed yourself in front of everyone? Probably once. she responded as she saw Panda paddling. Panda told me I was a terrible dancer and I felt disappointed, but from what I've heard from him. But he did apologize and we end up winning the dancing competition, despite a lot of property damage. Rachel Tapes felt shocked and only thought she was the only human in San Francisco who messed up in sheer humiliation. Even if she embarrassed herself far worse than she liked to, Lucy still has a habit of damaging items while dancing. Do you think that our flaws are what we have in common? She asked. In an enthusiastic but not damaging way, yes. This made Wallace dumbfounded after hearing everything from the two adults she's paddling with. You two are the biggest weirdos I have ever met. Then Lucy and Rachel Tapes also gave Wallace a dumbfounded look until they look at each other. We would definitely work this out as co-rangers together, Tapes smiled. When the time's right and the opportunity presents itself, Lucy giggled. Chapter 4. Jealous? Because you don't think that you're good enough? The Bears, along with the Poppy Rangers, head to shore after paddling in the river for 15 minutes. 4 pegs are laid out with multiple piles of reins at the other side for the group to play with. When Panda got out of his boat along with Icebear and Chloe, he's considered talking to Kale in the open spot, but he's still unsure of the situation, nervously hoping no one will eavesdrop on him. Ranger Tapes takes the Rangers while Lucy heads to Kale after he helps her brother out of his boat. The Bears and Chloe head to the piles of reins as they begin to play the rein toss game. So Tapes, Grizz smiled with 3 reins in his hand. When we're done playing this game, are we gonna get back to hiking? Yes, the only difference is we're gonna be picking apples and different fruits along the way. Tapes responded. I bought several mish bags for us to put the food in. And you're still gonna make my brother sandwiches in some way? Lucy added. Not that I'm concerned, just reconsidering. Don't worry, I had apple sandwiches during lunch, Clifford replied. You like apple sandwiches? Murphy chimed in. You should try different kinds of sandwiches. Like grape sandwiches? Diaz said, walking up to Clifford. You can't be allergic to grapes. Maybe we can discuss this when we're done here, Kale added. After all, we haven't tossed our reins yet. As the group began to toss their reins on the pegs, Panda, on the other hand, sat off to the side, watching his friends. He doesn't have the interest to play a simple game, even with his brothers. He saw Lucy waiting in line with her boyfriend throwing his reins, managing to get a rein on all of the pegs with all of his throws. Kale, you didn't miss a single peg, Chloe cheered. Icebear has competition to beat. Icebear spoke while impressed. With the group giving praise to Lucy's boyfriend, it only made Panda a little bit more worried. Instead of asking Kale to have a private conversation, he heads to the open spot to give himself some privacy. Just when Kale picked up the reins he tossed, he noticed that Panda was walking away, past the trees. Is Panda leaving us? Lucy pointed while her boyfriend gave her the reins. I doubt it. It feels like he's not having fun with us, Kale added. Just before Grizz threw his rein, he stopped himself when Kale walked past him, which made him realize what his brother needed. This is not gonna go well for him, he thought. Panda arrived at the open spot while looking at the sunlight reflecting off the leaves. From the looks of the trees, it's impossible for anyone to eavesdrop or peek in on him. He painted in his head that his situation was getting worse and worse by the minute. How will I be better friends with Lucy if her boyfriend talks to her about this? He said to himself. It's like no matter how hard I try, nothing good comes out of it. He then heard someone coming from behind. When he turned around, he saw Kale coming out of the bushes. Panda, he spoke with Panda staying in place. Why are you here? You're supposed to be with us playing rein toss. I'm not in the mood to rein toss, Panda responded. Why? You're not good at it? Asked Kale. No, I just never played it before, Panda responded. Hey, maybe when I'm done helping Rachel tapes with the apple picking, we can do the next activity as partners. Panda doesn't know what the next activities are available, but he also wants to know Kale more as a friend. If he spent the whole trip walking and sitting in the back of the group, he wouldn't be able to enjoy himself. From the other side of the forest, Charlie is walking through the bushes, finding one of his animal friends to play a board game with him. Man, it's really boring to play board chess alone without a friend to play with, yeah, he said while looking around until he saw Panda from a distance. Hey, maybe Panda might play chess with me. Just when he's getting closer and closer to the open spot, he realized there's a black human talking to him. He would have stayed away from them due to his fear, but he felt suspicious. He slowly heads to the open spot so he can heal Panda and Kale. Kale, if we do become partners of an activity, I wouldn't be fully cooperative, Panda responded. It's just, we're not the same kind of people. This only made Kale confused from that statement. You mean, as human and animal? True, but not the right answer. He crossed his arms while not making any eye contact with Kale. I'm not stronger and better skilled than you. You're white, but on the other hand, I've heard you're improving in art class, Kale smiled. Have you ever gone to art class in your teenage life? Only once, during the 9th grade. It's safe to say that art isn't my specialty. Panda didn't expect Kale to be a lower average artist than him. He's aware he's fully into anime and a cosplayer. However, there's a lot to know a person with their flaws being shown. Everyone can't be perfect, but to me, you're the definition of perfect. When he looked at Kale again, he wanted to make his first step of slightly revealing his secret. Do you understand that's what Lucy expects from a boyfriend? Kale thought about Panda's question. Since day one, when he became Lucy's boyfriend, he did a lot by helping her during his free time. Yes, but not technically if you meant it that way, he responded. What makes you think that? Because I'm not that. He tried to speak out with Kale putting his full attention on him. I'm not that. His yawns were losing air by the second, sweating with his fear coming close to reality. He can't even imagine how Kale will feel when he finds out about his secret, but until he opened his mouth, Kale spoke, causing him to mute himself for a few seconds. Are you jealous? What? Panda blinked. Jealous because you don't think that you're good enough? Silence hung in the open spot of the forest, while Kale is taking this conversation normally like a friend. Panda wasn't expecting an answer this random, but still exactly on point. Charlie never knew that Panda had a crush on a human girl, and by the looks of it, his friend's situation isn't getting any better. Well, if you put it that way, I am trying to improve to be a better person for Lucy, if it offends you and her. Then Kale walked up to him, wrapping his arm around Panda. Panda, it's one thing to improve yourself from your flaws, but jealousy is the last thing you should feel, he confessed. If you're that disappointed in yourself, it makes me believe you can't handle change from the way you left the limo when I met you and your brothers. Panda places his hand on his forehead, now officially realizing that Kale is catching on. So I guess we won't be having a private conversation, right? If you tell me about your jealousy, we may be able to work this out without a difficult discussion. This was the moment for Panda to confess his feelings, although it won't change anything when Lucy inevitably finds out about it. He whispered into Kale's ear, being honest in his quiet tone of voice. I once had a crush on Lucy. As he backed away from him, Kale kept his expression unflinching. It gave him the whole picture of the black and white bear's entire motivations. However, he's still unsure if his girlfriend would take it easy as him when she finds out. Don't take this the wrong way, but Lucy won't be happy when I talk to her about this, he said, backing away from Panda. That's what I'm most afraid of. I haven't I haven't even talked to her since we started this trip. And from hearing what you just said, I really don't blame you. Kale then headed back to the others until he turned his head to Panda. If you don't want me to tell her, you have to do it yourself. He went through the forest, leaving the bear all alone in the sunlight. Panda usually expects Kale to take it hard like some of the citizens in San Francisco, but he isn't that type of person. Time after time of hiding some of his personal feelings will be a thing of the past. Unfortunately, no happiness will come out when he reaches the end of the line. Charlie then slowly stood up after he heard everything from his best buddy. Panda slowly turned around, not all that surprised to see his friends showing up out of the blue. How long were you listening to that? Since he said he wants to be partners with you in the next activity you guys will be doing, Charlie said. Out of all the people he needed help with, he can't imagine how Charlie would help his situation. You do realize I need privacy at times like this. I've had privacy when I'm alone many times before, and I don't mind any animal joining in. Yeah, I understand. Panda sat in front of one of the trees. I'm just bummed out right now. His Bigfoot friend decided to sit by him, knowing this isn't like any other problem Panda is dealing with. Who's Lucy? He asked. She's a young woman running a produce stall. It all started when I ate a cookie that had nuts in it. I fainted and she used an allergy pen. And that's when I fell in. Charlie covered his mouth before he could finish. Don't say anything. I know what it is. Starts with an L and ends with an E. You know your kindness isn't calming me down, Panda retorted while moving Charlie's hand. I'm in hot water and I'm struggling to get out. But you can't just give up. Charlie, Lucy may be a very nice person, but she still has dignity for herself. I'd rather have Kale talk to her so that there's less pressure on me. He gets up from the ground, giving himself a moment of peace by taking a deep breath. Charlie also gets off the ground while giving Panda his space. I want you to understand that your life in society, I would never have that, he spoke, which caused Panda to open his eyes. I've spent most of my life in the woods while staying away from humans, other than Wager tapes. Yes, I know, she told me she needed your help when Cook was gone. Panda looking up at the sky. What's your point? I may not be an expert with the L word, but I'm sure Lucy would understand. That's what Kale told me. What and how can Lucy understand this situation? Maybe you can be a little more honest with her. For most of the times you hung out with her, then you can reveal your feelings when you feel you're ready. Panda would ask his brothers for advice, but Charlie's advice isn't bad whatsoever. I'll consider talking to her when I'm ready. He turned around while looking Charlie in the face. Thanks for respecting and understanding what I'm dealing with. Hey, from going to the hospital to stopping Ralph twice, I'm sure you can handle this with her. This gave Panda an idea for what he can do later during his trip with his friends. While he's waiting until he's ready to talk to Lucy, he's considered being Kale's partner in the meantime. See you later, Charlie, Panda waved. I'll make it up to you before you come over to my cave next time. Don't worry about me, I'll find someone else to play chess with me. He then leaves the open spot of the forest to find someone to play with him. Panda also left the open spot to head back to his friends. As long as I keep it cool, everything will be alright. Chapter 5, Clifford's Dilemma. After the group played Wayne Toss for an additional 20 minutes, Ranger Tapes puts away the reins and pegs away as she leads the group to their next activity. She gives everyone a bag for them to put food in. She allowed Kale to do the climbing to reach the fruits from higher trees, while Lucy checked to see if each fruit was fresh before eating. The Poppy Rangers are led by Asbel to find grapes from multiple different bushes. Panda, Grizz, Chloe, and Clifford are paired together to find fresh, clean water for the whole group. While the two bears are carrying silver buckets, The two kids are in charge of finding a nearby lake. So Kale knows about your crush? Grizz asks while walking with Panda. Yes, and it's either me or him to talk to Lucy about my secret, Panda said, looking at his brother. I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to do that, but I'll try to get along with Kale once we're done with this activity. That seems good, but I'm still concerned about whether she will forgive me. Don't worry, we still have the rest of the day until you're ready. Panda had been looking at some of the positives, then the negatives without being overly paranoid. So far, Kale understands what he's feeling, and yet he still hasn't talked to Lucy about it, wondering how she feels when the time comes. Little did the Bears know, Chloe and Clifford had been listening from the front. Aren't you supposed to get over the fact that Kale is already Lucy's boyfriend? Clifford responded while a little furious. Clifford, I'm not trying to upset you, Panda replied. Yeah, what is it with you and your grudge with other people? Chloe added. What are you talking about? Grizz said in confusion. Since the day Panda made friends with Clifford, no one, not even Lucy, found out what happened when he was babysitting him, although it was a matter of time for someone to speak out. Remember when we met Clifford for the first time? Panda signed. He found out about my crush on Lucy because he saw the notification when we did a selfie. Grizz stopped himself, which caught the others' attention from walking. Both Chloe and Clifford turned around as they witnessed Grizz stunned in silence. Tell me what really happened, he stared at Lucy's brother. Clifford took a deep breath while being honest with Panda's brother. I bumped into something in the kitchen and a container of peanut butter fell on my head, and he was very close to dying because of his allergies. Panda closed his eyes, filling in for Clifford. Grizz and Chloe had no words to describe what actually happened when Panda was babysitting Lucy's brother. Even if Clifford didn't suffer any permanent effects from the allergic reaction, Lucy won't approve of it once she finds out. Panda, Grizz responded, which caused Panda to open his eyes. I may be responsible as a babysitter, but it won't make any difference to what I've been doing. Clifford may forgive Panda for not only being honest with him, but also saved his life from the severe reaction. But on the other hand, he never told him about his history of being with others who aren't his immediate family. Panda, I'll never know how much you adore my sister, but thinking about it rubs me the wrong way, he replied while sitting on a log. And Kale, he's nice, but I'm having a hard time being around him, with him being my sister's boyfriend and all. Clifford, Panda walked up to him. Can you tell me why you have a grudge with other people getting close to your sister? Yeah, every time I see you in person, you keep giving a side eye to anyone, Grizz added, which caused Clifford to sign. You do understand that Lucy takes me anywhere since she's more responsible than me. My parents and her made an agreement that she could take me anywhere when they're not home, even if I spent most of the time inside her truck. He knew he would express his personal feelings, but during a trip in the wilderness was the last place he would expect it. Chloe then sat by him while giving him more space. Seems like you never give yourself an open mind towards other people, she said while trying to be nice. Just because I have serious allergies doesn't mean I don't make friends at school. I still go to school and I'm trying to make friends. Clifford, making friends at your age is one thing, but it doesn't explain why you're against people being with Lucy when she's making her deliveries, Panda said, crossing his arms. I've been with Lucy more times than you think, like once or twice per month during Food Friday. Okay, so do you remember the first person who was close to Lucy that made you feel suspicious? I forgot his name, but during the whole day, he was helping Lucy making deliveries in the city. Did anything happen between him and her? Grizz added. I saw her laughing with him after he told a joke to her. Was it about him thinking about being with her? Chloe added. Not really. Clifford stopped himself, remembering every day he spent with his sister all the way until he met Panda for the first time. Maybe I judged him way too hard because of my allergies getting the better of me and clouding my judgment. Panda can see the whole picture of why Clifford doesn't take to people like her sister does. Time after time, taking care of him by being his friend instead of his babysitter, he feels he needs to set things straight with him. In consideration, maybe our allergies are what sets us apart as better people. He lowered his head while Clifford looked at Panda directly. What do you mean? He asked, his nose sniffing. Even if Lucy had never met Kale, I would never have a chance with her. Every time I think about you, when you say just like all the others, we can't understand what others really think about us. It's not true, Grizz turned his attention to Panda. I know what happened between you and Clifford was terrible, but on the other hand, Lucy can still see you as a good person. Maybe for you, but it's either me or Kale who has to talk to her, and when that happens, I don't know what's gonna happen, and that's not a good thing. Just when he's feeling better, he went back to square one without thinking of the positives. Panda, Lucy isn't the type of person who would get walked up over the truth. Chloe smiled. That's because I've never seen Lucy mad before. Chloe and Grizz look at each other upon hearing Panda. They never saw their friends take out their frustration, unlike none of them during the times Grizz spent with him. Clifford also never saw his sister take out her anger on someone unlike himself. Panda, I didn't mean to stress you nor say that I hate you. He got off the log. You knew what you were doing and I don't blame you. I'm too unqualified to be something special to someone. He left his friends to find a clean lake on his own. It's not simple when we're trying to fit in here in San Francisco. His friend stood there while looking at the black and white bear walking all alone. Grizz can see what Kale would handle the other side of his brother. But the more people know about this, Lucy will eventually find out about it. Clifford, Grizz turned to him. Panda is my brother, but even we aren't into the same hobbies together. And Lucy is one of the only people he likes the most. After hearing from the brown bear, Clifford can understand why Panda would keep his feelings to himself. You're right, but if Lucy finds out, I don't think I'll get to see your brother again. Is your sister really going against this? Chloe wondered. That's what I'm hoping doesn't happen. Chapter 6, Feel and Romance. After the group came back together with fresh water, apples and grapes, Lucy and Tapes worked together by making them into sandwiches. The Poppy Rangers took their lunch break with Clifford and Chloe joining in after helping. Panda is eating his sandwich with his brothers while taking the view in the open field, much bigger than the open area they went to earlier. As for Lucy, Kale, and Tapes, they're not hungry enough to eat the sandwiches they made. Instead, Ranger Tapes decide to show her guests the open field while most of the animals come together in peace and quiet. Trust me, Lucy, this is the perfect place to meet any animals in their nature habitat. Ranger Tapes smiled. Lucy and Kale looked at the field itself. A lot of open space, long tall grass for hibernating critters, and for packs of deer to run and frolic together. I've gotta say, I've gone to other wide open spaces and they don't look nearly as peaceful as this. You're just saying that because you've been traveling to so many places, haven't you? Lucy said snuggly, smirking at her boyfriend. Hey, I enjoy traveling from place to place. This caused Ranger Tapes to laugh with her guesses. You two really know each other more than I thought, she smiled. I've only met you today, and I'm beginning to enjoy hanging out with you both. Panda and the others look at Ranger Tapes guiding Lucy and Kale at the open field. Panda still remembered that he agreed with Kale to do the next activity with him, although it's unknown if there's anything to do if Lucy offers to be his partner later on. Ranger Tapes said that rock climbing is our next activity, right? Panda turned his attention to his brothers. Yes, Grizz said, feeling uncomfortable with the idea. Icebear is a better climber than his brothers, Icebear commented. So true, gym exercise didn't work out for me. I'm not gonna make friends with Kale while climbing. Just when Panda finished his sandwich, he stood up while taking another deep breath. His mind is struggling to keep it cool with Lucy's boyfriend while thinking of doing a different activity with Lucy later. He noticed that Ranger Tapes along with Lucy and Kale had come back after she showed them the field. Alright, Puppy Rangers, get your gear ready. We're gonna be rock climbing in 5 minutes, Ranger Tapes cheered. With most of the Rangers close to finishing the lunch, they got up and lined up in front of Ranger Tapes to be on time. Kale walked up to Panda with a straight face, which didn't faze the bear whatsoever. I know you and your brothers aren't very experienced in rock climbing. He placed his hands on his hips. I know, Panda replied while looking at Lucy talking to Tapes. So, what do you want to do? How about you come with me alone? If you don't want to talk to Lucy now, I can help you. Just when Ranger Tapes is about to take the Poppy Rangers, Lucy is in charge to take not only her brother but also Chloe while clean up the picnic she set up. Then she saw Panda for the first time during the trip. She has not once talked to him nor spent time with him since she arrived. After and from the way her boyfriend is talking to him, her curiosity starts to grow. Lucy, Chloe spoke while Lucy looked at the child. Do you have any plans you can do with Panda? Lucy didn't respond once she finally processed the question. She didn't even thank him since it was all his idea to go on a trip with Kale, even though Kale came to him for the idea. I would, but by the looks of it, he doesn't feel like he wants to be my partner again, Lucy spoke. Again? Chloe blinked. He was my sister's dance partner a while ago, Clifford answered. That's besides the point. Lucy looking at her brother. I checked through Dana's schedule and I might think he might be interested in swimming at Lake Enzo. With the Rangers following Tapes for rock climbing, Lucy walks past them and heads straight up to Kale just before he takes Panda with him. Panda felt his heart pounding, knowing from the way Lucy's looking at him. His time is running out. Lucy even knows he was starting to hyperventilate. Is there anything going on, Panda? Lucy said, raising an eyebrow in concern. Nothing at all, Panda responded. He's just not in a talkable mood, Kale responded, filling in for Panda. Are you sure? Because it seems like he's breathing more heavily than before. Panda started to paint again, which took Lucy by surprise. He did it again. Lucy, Grizz stepping in front of his brother. How about me and Icebell help you clean up? Please, this isn't the time, Kale added. His girlfriend sighed, disappointed for not receiving a straight answer from the way Panda is feeling at the moment. Okay. As the girls followed Lucy, Kale looked at Panda from behind. Follow me. Kale and Panda took a long walk as they're farther away from the group. They only have 20 minutes until they get back to hiking. Kale, I appreciate you trying to help me, but is it really necessary to get farther away from the group? Panda asked. Privacy is important if you're away to tell the truth to Lucy, Kale replied. In case you haven't noticed, I sometimes need privacy for myself in order to face the inevitable. You take things like this differently when you're serious. Then this is the first time you see me this serious, especially when stress gets the better of you. But I'm not the one stressed here. You are. They both saw a small area smaller to the spot where they ate lunch. When they arrived, Kale sat on the grass, cross-legged, while Panda became confused. So, we're just gonna sit here? Trust me, when I was a child, my father taught me to do this to calm myself down and get my thoughts together, Kale responded. Please sit down. As Panda sat in front of Kale, he looked him straight in the eyes, with no distractions around to grab his focus. Close your eyes and picture yourself telling the truth to Lucy. This made Panda feel off with this idea. At first, he wanted to understand Kale as a friend, but this is nothing like he expected. How's that gonna help me? How am I gonna know how Lucy's gonna feel after the truth comes out? You'll see the way Lucy's feeling when she saw you stressing out. Kale placed his hand on Panda's shoulder. I rarely see her in a bad mood, but in order to avoid it, your communication needs to be calm and coherent. So many times before, Panda always acted awkward in front of Lucy no matter the situation. The only time he acted normal in front of her is when he apologized when he left the limo due to his depression and stress getting the better of him. However, he never had a normal interaction with her afterwards. Kale, I'm not trying to disagree with you, but from what I've learned, she feels happy when you're with her, he replied, and unlike you, it's not easy to properly and effectively communicate with her. I'm aware of that, and I can tell you're not the best at it, but trust me, this is the only option you have. Now please close your eyes. As Kale positioned himself, Panda took his word as he closed his eyes. Imagine yourself and Lucy all alone in an open field. No distractions, no interference, just the wind in the air as you tell her the truth. As Panda processed everything Kale told him, he looked deep into his subconscious mind, appearing in the field with clouds sailing in the sky and the wind in his fur. In the distance, he saw Lucy sitting all alone on a hill, looking at the clouds. He took his time, making his way to the hill while trying to keep himself calm. Now, don't feel negative or fully positive. Just balance it the way it should be, Kale spoke to his mind. Lucy, Panda called, which caused her to turn around. With all this being in his imagination, in his efforts, he continues to see Lucy all as herself and not what he feels. Yes, Panda, she responded in a normal tone. There's something I need to tell you. He sat by Lucy while taking a deep breath. Remember the day when we met where you used an allergy pen on me? Yes, I do, she spoke softly. Don't tell her the truth right away. Tell her about your true feelings. Well, ever since that day has passed, I've been feeling more liking to you. In his mind, his imagination continues to make things complicated. Lucy felt confused. I don't understand what you mean, she responded. It's not that as a friend, I mean as, He tried to say the final word at the end of his sentence, but then he saw Lucy raising an eyebrow, suspicious in just a millisecond. What do you really mean by that? It caused Panda to panic. Just when he's about to tell the truth, he tried to take Kale's word, but his imagination makes things worse, with the clouds getting darker. What I mean is that I'm not like my brothers who see you as a friend. For the first time in forever, I always feel aroused when I'm around you. This caused Lucy to move away from the bear. What's that supposed to mean? She reacted. No, Panda reacted as he stood up. I'm not trying to disturb you. Disturb? Panda, are you hitting on me? Then the dark clouds caused a lightning bolt to strike the ground, while rain bucketed down in the process. Panda can't even make a proper response to Lucy from the way she's reacting, and it only got worse by the second. I didn't save you just so you can hit on me. I saved you because you could have died. Then another lightning bolt zapped in front of Panda, causing him to fall back and feel that he's no longer in peace in his surroundings. When the smoke from the shock disappeared, he witnessed Lucy still standing, not even fazed from the sudden lightning bolt. Instead, she's still upset from what she learned about a truth that hasn't even come out yet. Lucy! Panda getting up on his feet. You didn't even allow me to. No, I know what you mean. You disrespected me. She then ran away from the bear, leaving Panda in complete shame. "Wait!" Panda shouted while trying to stop her. Unfortunately, he can't catch up due to how fast she's running. The clouds continue to get darker and darker. "I know it's wrong, but that doesn't mean I'm an awful person. Just get out of my life." The bolts of lightning rapidly zapped the ground around the bear. He stopped himself while he's trapped. He can't even think of clearing his mind with everything he feels coming to life with no turning back. With the water pouring down, Panda noticed that the water was reaching up to his feet. In just a matter of seconds, it continues to rise close to his head, not even close to stopping. "Ah!" he reacted as he floated in the rising waters. "Panda! Panda!" Back in reality, Kale tries to wake up the bear while he's freaking out. "No, no, no!" Panda reacted while he's beginning to tear up. "Panda!" Panda finally opened his eyes while looking at Kale in concern. "You were convulsing while freaking out." "I was?" Panda noticed that he wasn't sitting like Kale wanted from him. He was laying on the ground, moving his arms the entire time. Then Kale placed his hand on his chest, which surprises the bear after the nightmare he had. Your heart is pounding faster than I thought it could. I've never seen anyone feel this way. I'm sorry, I thought I could handle it." As Kale backed away, Panda went back to his sitting position. He's too disappointed from what he just went through in his head. "I didn't want it to give up." "What did you see?" "Lucy found out I was hitting on her, but she didn't mention anything about you," she sighed. Kale would never see the day where his technique failed to help someone after learning it from his father, and with the idea of him not being part of Panda's imagination gives him an understanding who Panda really is, unlike his brothers. "Lucy really didn't tell me everything about you." Just when Panda tries to defend himself, Kale places his hand on his mouth. "I'm not against you. You're not what you say you are." As Kale moved his hand out of the way, Panda lost his interest in continuing this trip. He wanted to help the same person he once felt heartbroken. When he saw the moment he saw him on social media as Lucy's boyfriend. Even with the date close to halfway over, he doesn't feel he's welcome in the group he's traveling. "If you're really on my side, how are we going to resolve this?" Panda asked while wiping his tears. "I'll talk to Lucy by myself when this whole day is over. Granted, it would take days for her to speak with you in person, but if it makes you feel prepared, you would rather do that than any other way." With the first option being out of the question, he had no other choice and knew he can't do it to someone who has the least knowledge of him. "You're right," Panda gained on his feet. "Although I don't feel like I want to be on this trip anymore." As he walks away, Kale also gets back on his feet. "Hey, you can't just leave and head home. Your brothers still want you here." Panda stopped himself while trying to rethink his decision. "I know, but it's not gonna make me think about how Lucy would feel about me. My feelings are too embarrassing for me to reveal." Without even looking back at him, he continued to head back to the group while they're almost done with the rock climbing. Kale, on the other hand, wanted to not only help Panda, but also be a friend like his brothers. "How am I going to tell Lucy about this?" Kale said to himself. Chapter 7, Nature Spirit. Panda returned to Ranger Chapes and the Poppy Rangers who had finished the rock climbing. He would have greeted them, but what he just went through with Kale, he's still thinking about heading back to the cave alone. Kale is walking a few feet behind Panda. He didn't bother trying to catch up to him on account of how disappointed he is. "Hey Panda!" Ranger Tapes called, which caused Panda to turn his attention to her. "How was your walk with Kale?" "Nothing special," Panda signed as he walked past her. While the Rangers took notice from the bear's depressed look, Ranger Tapes felt curious and a bit concerned for him. While Kale walked up to her, he told me he might head home soon. This caused Ranger Tapes to gasp. What? Why? Kale looked at the Poppy Rangers, who were confused by Panda's decision of potentially leaving the group. He then whispered into Dana's ear of Panda's secret he's been keeping from his girlfriend, along with how he's helping him. Once he backed away, Dana thought this whole trip was only for exploring with two adults who were celebrating their relationship and willing to get to know them, while Lucy's brother and Chloe are part of the Poppy Rangers for today. And yet she also learned that she barely knows much about Panda's reasons for being with them, unlike Grizz. Are you sure that's what he's feeling right now? She responded. Kale nodded as he saw Panda walking past his brothers. I doubt there's anything for him to do during the rest of this trip. However, this gave Dana an idea. There are other things he can do. Let me talk to him. You are in charge of taking the Rangers to our next destination. She takes out her map and gives it to Kale. Kale may not understand Dana's plan, but if it somehow made Panda rethink his choice of leaving, he won't be disappointed. Sure, I'll wait for you once I head to the next destination. As Dana left Kale to continue the trip with the kids, she follows where Panda is heading. He heads to the trail where they arrived from after finding food and water earlier. It's the only way for him to head back to his cave, since the boats were still untouched after they reached shore. Tapes tries to catch up to him just when he steps foot on the trail. Panda, she called as the bear turned around. If this is about camp activities, I'm not interested. It's not that. Tapes walked up to the bear while turning around, with Grizz and Icebell looking on. She pointed at the group, while Kale is taking them to their next location, giving them the message that she has everything under control. As the bears caught up to the group, Dana saw a log laying by the trail. Is this about Lucy? Panda looked up in the sky in annoyance. Did Kale tell you about this? You came up with this idea, she replied while sitting on the log. If Grizz or Icebell came to me with this idea, I would have understood the reasoning a little better. Why is everyone but Lucy learn about my secret and yet won't give me any peace? Maybe because you never stand up for yourself? Panda signed. He knew what Tapes was saying was true. He can only imagine how the rest of his day would feel, all by himself in his cave while his brothers spend the rest of the day in the wilderness. He decided to sit by Dana, who's willing to help. Tapes, making a stand for myself is one thing, but on the other hand, I don't have to do that. Then that's why you keep holding yourself back. Even though we never work together for activities a lot, I know how different you are compared to your brothers. Yes, because we see you more than Lucy. When they took a moment to stop, Panda realized that of the friends he hung out, Lucy was the only person he hung out with the least. Even during Food Fridays, he barely talked to her, on account of him being too shy and never taking his opportunity when it's being served to him on a silver platter. On second thought, Lucy barely knows me, unlike my brothers. And I can tell she's never seen what you have in your room, Tapes commented, which didn't upset Panda. In fact, he blushed in embarrassment. I would freak out, but I've spent most of my time with my mind. I never frequently face reality. Tapes wants to set things straight with a poor bear, but on the other hand, she refuses to cross the line to where it could hurt Panda on the inside. You need to understand one important thing. She placed her hand on his shoulder. You're an animal and Lucy's a human. Even if it's possible to make her feel happy as your you-know-what, no one's gonna attempt to take it seriously as a relationship. Animals and humans don't fit together in different types of relationships. Panda looked into his hands and had to face the fact that what Tape said is true. Unfortunately, there was more onto it on why he's not agreeing with it. You're right, but the thing is, I adore romance. Every time I watch anime in a movie, it tears me up to see a couple come together after everything they went through. The Ranger closed her eyes, whilst shaking her head about what he said. Fiction and reality aren't the same thing when it comes to relationships. I'm not mean to be hopeful in any way, but I barely watch romantic films or anime myself. I mostly watch documentaries involving nature and animals. Then you probably don't know much about my life. I get fiction is a thing in drawing and art, but I never show any of those to Lucy. I barely made a drawing of her to showcase my art to her. You have no idea how much of an artist I've become when someone stays in place while I do a drawing of them. This actually gave Tapes a smile on her face, knowing Charlie personally ever since they worked together. I actually do. Charlie showed the painting you made out of him. Yeah, I knew he would show it to you when you two get along long enough. Maybe I should have known you would find out soon. Hey, that's what new relationships start off with. Unexpected surprises. Upon hearing those final words clearly, Panda realized that one of the only things she showed to Lucy was the song about her. During the fall harvest dance-off, it was the closest he ever got to confessing his feelings towards her, but never really understanding what it actually meant at the time. Do you really think she's being nice when it comes to knowing about something as big as this? I've only met her today. I don't know that much about her. Oh. I guess I don't really know what she really feels about me as a friend. This caused him to lower his head in shame. If she ever finds out about the truth, it won't be the same to help her with her deliveries. With another hint of depression, Panda got off the log while leaving Tapes by herself. Even if he decides to stay in the group, he won't enjoy any of the activities waiting for him. Can you at least tell me what I can do here? Ranger Tapes got off the log and walked up to Panda. I can put you and Grizz in charge of the Poppy Rangers. And how is that supposed to make me feel better? I don't even know them that much. Yes, you don't, but the thing is, I want you to be in the nature spirit for the rest of this trip. How is teaching 5 out of 7 children gonna put me into the nature spirit? Ranger Tame signed while being honest to the bear who came up with the whole idea. Because you're the only one I've seen who isn't enjoying it. I understand you're feeling depressed and stressed out, but it's not gonna help you. Besides, I'm gonna need help to set up the next activity, so I need help from Ice Bear and Kale. Panda remembered only talking to one of the Poppy Rangers when he left the station. He was lucky he didn't get exposed in front of Lucy, but on the other hand, he knows how to handle the situation with them, being honest while keeping it cool, unlike what he felt in his imagination. What about Lucy, he asked. She can come with me. I'll talk to her about what she feels about you. Trust me, it's better if she can understand what you're feeling. The bear once again took a deep breath while trying to understand what Tapes is trying to do. Even if Kale will take care of everything by the time he leaves, he can only hope that his girlfriend would understand. Can you at least not tell her about... Don't worry, I'm not gonna tell her. Just have fun with Grizz whilst taking care of my Rangers. Okay, I'll stay. Ranger Tapes gave Panda a hug, not long until she broke it. We better hurry, they're probably there already. As the two leave the spot where they had the picnic earlier, they head to the direction to where the rest of the group went to. Chapter 8 Ranger Panda. After another 15 minutes of walking along the trail, Panda and Ranger Tapes catch up to the group who've been waiting for them. Tapes took Icebell, Kale, and Lucy to where they can set up the next activity for the group. As for Grizz and Panda, they took the Poppy Rangers to a small cliff with a bridge stable enough for the whole group, including the 2 bales to walk across. So, since you two are in charge, what are we going to do? Wallace asked. We can find rocks for safekeeping, Panda guessed. We did that last week with Ranger tapes, Niglan added. Grizz, Panda asked, turning to his brother. Come on, Panman, give these kids something they haven't done yet. Panda knew the only way to keep the Poppy Rangers occupied is to do something active. This isn't like being a teacher or teaching kids about educational things. These are rangers who are trained to survive and learned about the nature in the forest. Okay, he stopped himself, which took the rangers by surprise. This may be odd, but do you girls like roleplay? The rangers themselves look at each other from hearing Panda's ideal. You mean like acting like a character from a TV show? Daz asked, which Panda nodded. Don't you think that's something we do during recess? Parker added. Yes, but I never went camping with you, nor did Icebell, Panda responded. Yeah, you girls never met my brothers during my time with them, Grizz added. For the longest time since day one, the Rangers never met Grizz's brothers at all. Even if they thought about what his brothers are like, they thought they would have second thoughts about meeting Grizz and his brothers. Clifford and Chloe, on the other hand, they're still not sure if Ranger Tapes will approve of this. Can we try something that's actually camping related? Clifford responded. Yeah, like finding animals or something, Chloe offered. We would do that, but Panda responded. The animals are very skittish around people. I guess you're right, Murphy replied. So if we're gonna do roleplay, what characters should we be? Panda never thought he would get this far. With the amount of TV shows he watched during his spare time, he hopes the Rangers can understand the references he remembers the most. Well, do you Rangers like anime? The Poppy Rangers all gave them a confused look of what he meant. What's anime? Wallace asked. I doubt they ever watch anime like you do, Grizz said, feeling unsure. This caused Panda to place his hand on his forehead. Why don't you pick your ideal of roleplay? He turned to his brother. They're getting sick of playing Crowbar Jones with me. Can you think of something? Okay, do any of you know that anime is from Japan? One of the Rangers raised their hand, which caught Panda's attention. I do. My friends have watched anime, but I never knew that Japan is where anime came from, Dinaz confessed, which caused Panda to be more disappointed. Man, the more I think about it, more of the population of America barely watches anime, he responded, including my brothers. Wait, your brothers never watch anime with you? Chloe wondered. It's not that it's boring, I'm just not from where pandas, like my beau, live in the wild, Grizz defended himself. We should get off this bridge and try something else. As Panda leads the group, the Poppy Rangers wonder what Grizz's brother is feeling. They didn't forget the question they've been asking Panda since they left the ranger station hours ago. By the time they stepped back onto solid ground, Murphy ran up to Panda. She poked on his side to get his attention. Will you please tell us why you're here? She asked. It's not gonna kill you to tell us why you came along. The black and white bear signed after making the decision to stay for the trip. He wanted to make things right for everyone, but not this way. Okay, I'll tell you all. Panda and Grizz are standing in front of the Poppy Rangers, who are sitting on the grass, except Clifford due to his allergies to grass. I was the one who came up with the idea to help Kale do something with his girlfriend Lucy by doing this field trip. We kind of figured it out when Ranger Tapes called our parents, Wallace responded. Yes, I know, but here's the thing. Lucy is one of my friends who I really like. The Rangers became confused, but Chloe and Clifford knew what he was talking about. I know it's hard to believe, but Gwiz decides to fill in for his brother and not confess the Rangers too much. Pan is just into gauze, but not the creepy kind. He laughed, which offended Panda. He's not just like Kale, who's a very different kind of person than him. You mean like humans and animals? Niglan added. No! Panda blushed in embarrassment. Better than me! This caused the Rangers to catch on what he meant. Hey, just because you're not the same ball of confidence with like Kale doesn't mean you're terrible, Parker smiled. But I'm still an utter mess. I can't ever be flawless, but it's not gonna make me be with a girl who's better than me and likes me for me. He then lifted his hands up while looking at them. I never hung out with Lucy a lot, unlike my brothers during her deliveries. She knows a lot more about them than me, all because she never found out about my secret. He then walked past the Rangers, including Clifford. I know it's not a lot I can talk about, but it's still the truth. As he continued to go by himself, Gwiz walked up to Panda just before he headed to the bridge. Pan, you can't just leave me like this, he grabbed his brother's arm. This trip is supposed to make Kale and Lucy enjoy themselves. I know it's hard for you to take it, but we can't do anything about it. Panda sighed. After the pressure continues to rise, tell me the Poppy Rangers won't understand where I'm coming from. How will these children make me feel any better? The Poppy Rangers look at each other while Clifford and Chloe felt concerned again, as if they haven't seen enough pressure from Panda. Panda? Chloe walked up to the bell. I may have only met the Poppy Rangers today, but they're kind, understanding people when you get to know them. She's right. Parker walked up to Chloe. If we first met you the same way we met Gwiz, we wouldn't be judgmental with you. Yeah, Murphy's standing up. Besides, I don't see anything wrong with people not giving anime a chance. Why can't you tell us what anime is all about? Wallace offered. We didn't watch it for sure, but it seems fun to give it a shot. Upon hearing the interest of anime, this made Panda smile. Only Tom, out of all people, would be in the same hobbies as he is. But with children who watched cartoons, it was the last thing he knew would happen. You really want me to tell you what anime is, including manga? Panda turning around. Yeah, the Poppy Rangers cheered. Okay, he rushed back to where he's standing while his brother became relieved. However, Clifford is the only child who doesn't like how things are turning out at the moment. If his sister finds out about Panda's truth, he, along with others, don't want to imagine what could happen afterwards. After Panda told the Poppy Rangers everything he knows about anime and manga, he decides to take the group to another open field with a couple of old trees in the middle of it. Usually, Gwiz would take in charge as the leader, but even he found Panda's leadership very impressive. So, you're saying there's an anime con next month? Nickland asked. Yeah, although it's expensive to purchase tickets and package passes to meet the directors and producers, Panda responded. Anyway, is there anything else you Rangers want to do? How about we actually do some roleplay of anime characters, Parker offered. You told us what your favorite anime shows are. We can catch on what the characters are like. While the leader of the group takes the advice from one of the Rangers, Clifford spends the rest of the trip on the back, nearly spending the whole day walking in the forest while avoiding any tall grass. He's starting to get used to avoiding the things he's allergic to. He would sit down by the tree while watching kids, but he's afraid of what could happen to Panda, the only friend he ever had. I can't take it anymore. I have to tell Lucy everything, he thought while walking up to Gwiz. Clifford, Gwiz took notice. Can I use the bathroom? Clifford asked. You can't lose the bathroom out there. When we get to Ranger Tapes, I'll let her know that I'll take you to the restrooms in San Francisco. Just when Gwiz was about to look at the map of the forest, it only made Clifford more desperate. But I really need to go badly. I didn't even use the bathroom this morning. How bad is it? Like drinking 3 cups of lemonade back to back to back. Gwiz remembered the time he drank so much lemonade that he ended up heading to the bathroom 3 times per day for a while. Yeah, lemonade really travels when they enter our digestive system. Just go over there, no one will see you through the tall grass. As Gwiz looked through his map, Clifford immediately headed behind the tall grass. He checked on the group to make sure no one was looking at him. Hey Panda, Gwiz called. In about 20 minutes we have to head back to where Ranger Tapes and the others are at. Okay, Panda responded. They must be almost done setting up the next activity. Hey, look on the bright side. Maybe this time you could join us by playing the activity. I'll give it a shot. With all the children preparing to roleplay, Clifford manages to leave the group without getting caught in his bathroom situation. While it's a long way to get to the next location, he knew Panda's secret can't stay hidden forever. Chapter 9. Open-minded against anger. All the way on the other side of the forest, quite away from the group, Ice Bear and Kale are placing targets after Ranger Tapes took them out of their hiding spot. She didn't have the time to set up the archery activity last night, so she needed Gwiz and Panda to take the Poppy Rangers away from her location, so that she, Kale, and Ice Bear could set them up. I really appreciate you two helping me set up the archery targets. Tape smiled. No problem, we're almost done placing the targets, Kale replied. Ice Bear's way to show off his archery talents. Ice Bear commented. Is Lucy back with the bows and arrows? As Tapes turned around, she saw Lucy carrying a bow case and 2 quiver bags filled with arrows. With them being quite heavy, she couldn't move her legs any faster and her shoulders were getting weaker by the second. Maybe having her taking both the bows and arrows wasn't a good idea. I'll help her, Tapes responded. She knew Lucy wasn't able to carry 2 things at once, but she wanted to make sure she doesn't get any closer to Panda until the time is right. Just when Lucy took another step, she tripped, causing her to land on her knees. Can someone please help me? I'm on my way. Ranger Tapes walked up to her while taking 1 clipper off of her, while also lifting the bow case. Sorry I didn't help you earlier. I had to check on how the targets are set up. It's fine, Lucy said, getting onto her feet. I understand setting up so many activities can be frustrating, but I'm not mad or anything. As they head back to the others, they place the equipment on the ground. Ranger Tapes decided to sit on the ground to take a break now that the archery was all set up. Should we find Gwiz and the others so we can begin this activity? Kale asked. How about we all take a break? I reminded him where we're gonna be so everything's under control, Tapes replied. This would be the perfect time for Kale to talk to her girlfriend about Panda. However, he doesn't know where to start after the outburst he dealt with nearly 35 minutes ago. Sure, we still have until nightfall to head back home. Ice Bear can last a full day for the ride. Ice Bear sitting on the ground. So, what are we going to do to pass the time? Lucy spoke, while also sitting on the ground. How about we talk about Panda? Tapes offer, which took Lucy by surprise after only talking to Panda just once today. Is this about how he's feeling? Because it's bothering me since he came up with this idea. Tapes scratched at the back of her head, feeling unsure if expressing Panda's feelings to Lucy would make her upset. It's not that he's depressed, he's just stressed out. Stressed out? I'm pretty sure the wing toss activity will keep him satisfied. Playing a simple game doesn't solve everything. It's true, Icebell added. Lucy wondered onto why Panda had been disappearing from time to time, including being in charge with Gwiz for the Poppy Rangers. She wanted, at the very least, to see him enjoying the whole camping trip along with the later activities being better than the previous ones. Lucy, Kale spoke, which caught her girlfriend's attention. Do you ever get the feeling that Panda is different compared to his brothers? I thought all the bells are the same for how fun they are. Sure, I barely have spare time unlike they do, but they never done anything that bothered me before. Both Tapes and Kale look at each other, while Icebell became more confused than he thought. For how long this was happening since he and his brothers met her, it's unreal that she never felt suspicious in any way. You've never seen what the bears do when they're alone, haven't you? Tapes turned her attention to Lucy. I don't blame you, but I've met the bears quite a few times since they live in the forest. Icebell has met Dana Tapes more than 20 times, Icebell added. I guess that is true. If I didn't have the job of running a small business, I would catch on to everything about the bears, Lucy thought. But on the other hand, Gwiz and Icebell always helped me during Food Friday, and Panda barely helps me, because he's not strong enough to carry the deliveries. Well, Kale might know what Panda might have gone to Food Fridays a few times. It's unbelievable he's the only bear Lucy has only the faintest knowledge of. Of course, even a small hint of his secret could make her severely misunderstood the reason why. Do you ever wonder what he thinks about you? Upon hearing her boyfriend's question, Lucy became speechless. She knows how much his brothers think about her, but from Panda, too insignificant to remember, she remained silent while still processing for an honest answer from herself. Lucy, Winter Tapes called. I don't know what to say, to be honest. What about the dance competition between you and Panda? Kale called. You told me he made a song about you and you liked it. Oh, now I remember. He made a song about her? Winter Tapes turned to Icebell, who nodded. It was one of the only things he gave me as a friend. This caused her friends to flinch in concern, but didn't think she was far from the right track with Panda. Lucy, when someone writes a song about you, it's usually, in a way, well... Kale tried to describe it, but he knows it's not going to sit well. Wait, you mean Lucy finally catching on to what causes Kale to nod? Lucy stopped herself, while finally taking the realization of how Panda really feels about her. Since the day he has hung out with him and his brothers, he never forgets how Panda acted differently and very unlike his brothers. From the way he talks, from the way he's shy, and from the way he acts when he's around her. Although, while learning about it, it made her a little suspicious. I doubt that's the truth about him, she responded while making a straight face. It's the truth, Winter Tapes added. Did he tell you about this? Yeah, he did. Then how come he didn't tell me about it? This doesn't make any sense. She then gets on her feet, which took her friends by surprise. Panda's not my type, but I wouldn't be this hard on him if I had known about this a lot sooner. But Lucy, Kale walked up to her after standing up, you don't know him a lot. Yes, I do. He has allergies that could kill him. Winter Tapes and Icebell also got up, trying to help out as much as they can. That's besides the point, Winter Tapes added. What would you feel if Gwiz and Icebell feel what no brother is feeling. Would I blame them? No. Lucy took a deep breath to calm herself down. The thing is, I'm open-minded about things like this. If they tell me what's really going on from the get-go. Kale and Tapes both look at each other from hearing Lucy's response. Open-minded? They responded. Yes, when I was little, I became upset once or twice over a truth from my friends. The more I think about it, the truth coming from my closest friends wasn't as horrible as I initially thought. This caused Kale to place his hands on his hips. We all went through something like this when we were in middle school. All of us had to learn about it sooner or later. No, what I mean is I overreacted too much. Lucy placed her hand on her forehead. Keeping secrets can't be a bad thing if they're serious, but my friends would be respectful to me. They helped me with my chores, homework, and when I'm down, I'm sure Panda wouldn't be this selfish to do anything just to get what he wants. Her friends are still not sure since they also don't know a lot about Panda's crush towards Lucy. I suppose afraid of what his brother will deal with far sooner than he would have expected. Even with Lucy saying she can take it normally without overreacting, he knows his brother won't take it well. Kale only learned about the truth an hour ago, and he already knows how sensitive Panda is after he freaked out. He barely showed any evidence to his girlfriend, only knowing the boys since meeting them in the limo. If only Lucy knew Panda a little more, maybe he would have said a lot about him instead of giving him a papaya. Lucy, when Panda comes back with the Rangers, are they gonna talk to him about this? Ranger Tapes wondered. I would, but on a day where we should enjoy this camping trip, I should save it when I am done with work on Monday. Lucy replied. Are you gonna join me, Kale? This is important, so yeah, I have to join, he responded. Meanwhile, Clifford got out of the trail that he went to with the group. He was starting to hyperventilate. After walking for 15 minutes in the forest, all alone without anyone catching him. Just when Lucy is about to take out the first ball from its case, she notices that his brother is all alone without anyone to protect him. Clifford? She reacted as she went past her friends, taking them by surprise when they turned around. As she got up to him, she took out the inhaler and gave it to her brother. Do you just came all the way here by yourself without the bears or the Poppy Rangers? I had to, he responded while breathing from the inhaler. Why? Because it's something I should have told you long ago about what really happened between me and Panda. Lucy raised an eyebrow, now knowing little about how Panda is feeling about her, and as of her friends. They can tell it's beginning to get worse from here on out. Just knowing that Clifford doesn't talk with strangers a lot. I don't think I have to wait until Monday, Kale responded. And Panda's definitely not ready for this, Tapes added. Icebill didn't say a word, feeling what could happen in just a matter of time. His brother will never live this down. Chapter 10. The Truth That'll Set You Broken. Panda just finished his roleplay with the Poppy Rangers and took the whole group back to where Tapes and the others are at. Little did Gwiz or him know he hasn't realized that Clifford didn't come back from his bathroom break. His brother was too occupied with the Poppy Rangers, he forgot to spend time with his best friend, even though he's dealing with peer pressure just like Panda was 20 minutes ago. Panda, Wallace called from the back. When we get back to Ranger Tapes, are you gonna join in on the activity? Sure, Panda smiled. Granted, I don't know what it is, but I'm not gonna skip on it. While the Rangers from the back cheered, knowing that Panda will be part of the fun, Chloe is at the front of the group with Grizz, relieved that Panda has calmed himself and will join the group in their next activity. I gotta say, you're in a more chipper mood than before, she replied. Yeah, and this is the first time you're really enjoying yourself since this trip started, Grizz added. I know, but I'm not sure if Ranger Tapes will like the idea of letting the Rangers do roleplay rather than anything involving camping, Panda responded. Don't worry about it. If she finds out, she'll understand after preventing you from leaving. As Panda puts his attention to the trail, he feels he's officially in a state where he can handle anything with Lucy for an activity sooner or later. For the rest of the day, he can make sure that Kale won't have to worry about anything as long as they settle it with his girlfriend. The group took the time they needed to walk along the trail while heading to the next destination. Grizz also remembered that he talked to one of the kids who needed to use the bathroom and realized it didn't catch on him once he left. Rangers, he called from the back, have any of you seen Clifford lately? No, did you? Parker responded. He was using the bathroom. He needed some privacy. Wait, what? Panda reacted. Clifford was using the bathroom and you didn't bother to check on him? This caused the grizzly bear to bite on his lip. For how much fun he was having with role-playing, he totally forgot to keep track of every child of the group. Maybe he wandered off to go on an adventure? Panda stopped walking with his eyes shot open in shock and horror. He still has the list of Clifford's allergies he received when he babysat him to help out Lucy. The puppy rangers, including Chloe, stopped themselves, remembering that they're aware that Clifford is lost in the woods. Grizz, the forest isn't safe around him, Panda shouted at his brother, he might be stuck to something he's allergic to. I'm sorry, he squealed out, backing away. How am I gonna tell Tapes or Lucy about this? Panda, we can still find him before it's too late, Chloe called. But we can't just split up right now. We're gonna tell the others first. With the puppy rangers concerned of one of their own potentially being seconds away of getting into danger before it's too late. Then let's find Ranger Tapes, Murphy called. She knows the forest better than all of us combined, Dinez added. Then let's hurry up, Panda cried. The whole group decided to double time on their hike and started running, hoping to find Clifford before anything bad happened to him. After running in the woods for nearly 15 minutes, Grizz and Panda slowed down with the children running past them. Just when they were about to head out of the trail, they stopped themselves. Come on, Grizz and Panda, we're almost there, Nick Lane called. The two bears couldn't catch their breath after the emergency, their brains going haywire. Sorry, Panda responded while walking slowly. I really need Clifford to stay close to me if we do this again, Panda added while following suit. The puppy rangers continued to run, however, leaving the two bears behind. Grizz tried his hardest to regain his speed, while his brother did the same. Although they're aware Ranger Tapes isn't gonna like that one child got separated. When the two catch up, they see the Papa Rangers standing at the end of the trail that leads to where the archery is located. When they saw Ice Bear, Kale, and Ranger Thames, they noticed that Clifford is standing face to face with her sister who's on her knees, talking to him. Clifford's safe, Wallace pointed, while getting the attention from the adults. Oh, thank goodness. I thought Clifford would be missing, Panda smiled. As the whole group ran up to the adults, they looked at Panda with a flinch expression, including fear. Ice Bear was hoping it would take them longer to come back, but he knew it wouldn't last any longer than it should. What's going on? Are we gonna do archery? Panda asked, pointing at the targets. They didn't respond to his question whatsoever. When they saw Lucy taking Clifford with her, she wasn't happy. In fact, they heard everything of what he said to his sister. The events they never learned between him and Panda. When Panda turned his attention to Lucy, he decided to let her know what happened with Clifford recently. As he headed his way, his brother Grizz tilted his head in confusion. "Is there something wrong, guys?" he responded. "Did Clifford have an allergic reaction?" "No," Kale responded. "Not anything worse, but something much scarier," Dana added. All that Icebell could do is whisper into Grizz's ear, letting him know what Lucy knew about their brother's secret, but not completely, which caused Grizz's eyes to shut open. Oh no. The Poppy Rangers have no idea what's going on, as if they did something wrong, but Chloe can tell the whole situation after meeting Clifford today. When the Panda headed up to Lucy from behind, she stood still, not making any eye contact with him, much to Panda's relief. "Lucy, Clifford needed to use the bathroom, so he asked Grizz. I swear I thought he was with us the whole time," he said while trying to stay calm. "I'm telling you the truth, I was too focused on the Poppy Rangers. Please believe me." Lucy didn't respond to Panda's confession at all. She heard every word from him, but she wasn't bothered by it. Clifford popped his head to look at his best friend. "I'm really sorry," he responded as he backed away. His sister gets on her feet while slowly turning to Panda. "Panda?" she spoke while being serious. "Yes?" Panda asked, feeling concerned. "Panda didn't get lost. He ran all the way to talk to me." "You did?" Panda looked at Lucy's brother, who nodded and confirmed her statement. "Panda, look at me," Lucy instructed, which made him very paranoid. "Remember when you offered to take care of him when I was walking? He told me you'd do it to impress me, but I thought he did. But he actually— Clifford!" She turned to her brother. "Stay out of this. You didn't do anything wrong." As her brother remained silent, Panda began to feel nervous. Not only that, he was too upset. He bumped into something, and an open jar of peanut butter fell on his head. "But I gave him an allergy pen. Panda gets cut off while Lucy raises her hand in front of him. "Let me make this clear. The fact you didn't tell me what I was delivering and you led him into danger is unacceptable, but the fact you would do this just to impress me and not helping me out is not what I wanted, nor would expect it from you." Their friends at the back of the group can't even try to help out. Grizz and Icebell were biting on their lips after dealing with their brother's stress all day. They expected this to happen back at the cave, but even they don't know how to handle the conversation. Panda's heart was beating faster by the second, with Lucy learning about what happened to her brother. He's utterly speechless to even consider talking about his secret to her, but Lucy isn't playing around. "Panda," Lucy responded while trying to keep an open-minded. "Do you have something to say to me?" Panda started hyperventilating again, with his lungs not taking in enough air quickly enough. "You're doing it again!" What? Panda reacted. "You're hiding something from me because you're hyperventilating." "Lucy!" Kale walked up to her. "I know this is personal with you, but why don't we handle this on Monday night?" Lucy backed away from her boyfriend, which took him by surprise. "I made up my mind, Kale. You have no idea how Clifford dealt with this when he found out about it." Kale scratched on the back of his head. With him having less knowledge of his girlfriend's brother, "Yeah, but I'm telling you, Panda wasn't— he's not helping me out. He has to be hitting on me." Upon hearing it, Panda, along with others, stunned in silence and disbelief. The Puppy Rangers stood there with their eyes wide open, now learning of what Panda meant was a lot more than a normal relationship. Okay, let's not cause a fight, Ranger Tapes chimed in. I'm not causing a fight. I just want a straight answer from him, Lucy pointed at the black and white bear. Trust me, this isn't as much of a big deal as you think. Then why am I the only one not allowed to learn about it while you two did? I'm doing what's best for Panda, Kale shouted back. Best for Panda? Are you trying to justify his choices? The three grown adults continued to argue, causing the situation to become problematic. Clifford became uncomfortable, seeing his older sister in an argument. He knew she would be upset over what he went through, but not like this. Panda couldn't move a muscle. Seeing his friends fighting each other was the last thing he wanted to happen. His heart rate reached its limit while he continues to paint harder. Just when he began returning into a good mood, he's back at square one again. Guys, come on, Grizz called while walking up to the adults. Instead of calming things down, he was simply ignored with his friends arguing, getting worse and worse. What are we gonna do? Chloe replied, to which Icebell didn't respond. Panda couldn't hardly breathe. With how chaotic this had all become, he didn't even have an inhaler to keep himself from fading. He had nothing to hide, nothing to protect himself, and nothing to find a different solution. He turned around to look at Icebell, who scared seeing the whole scene. He shook his head to make sure his brother doesn't speak out the truth, all because he doesn't want to see him leave like before. However, it only causes more pressure and turmoil in Panda's mind. He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't handle the stress after helping Kale's day for Lucy. With everyone arguing with each other along with his brother trying to cool things down, he had no other choice. He closed his eyes, placed both of his hands on his face, only to raise them in the air to take out his frustration. Stop! He shouted, which caused the adults to stop arguing. I'm in love with you, Lucy! With echoes coming from all around the forest, birds flew from the trees in fear. The scream was so loud. Charlie, who was playing a board game with a raccoon, blinked upon hearing Panda's echo, hearing all 6 words crystal clear. That won't be good, he spoke in concern while looking at the sky. Everyone around Panda remained silent now that the secret had finally been exposed. The Poppy Ranger's jaw dropped, while Chloe and Icebell stood still like they were frozen in a giant block of ice. Grizz's eyes shot open while his ears were ringing in slight pain. From his brother's scream, Kale, Clifford, and Ranger Tabes were completely speechless from the secret coming out. They had no idea where to start at this point of helping out Panda, because now there's no turning back. Panda painted heavily, his voice sore from the loudest yell he could muster. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lucy right in front of him after hearing the straight answer she's been looking for the first time. Unfortunately, she's far from happy. After all these years of being your friend, being so nice, so respectful for who you are and what you've done for me, was all because you want me to be your girlfriend. She walked towards him as he backed away in fear. Lucy, I don't say another word, she interrupted him. When I saved you when your allergies flared up on the way, I was nothing but a fragment of your imagination. Lucy, Clifford spoke from behind, but his sister ignored him. I wonder why you kept dragging me around when we had dinner after the day I had with you and your brothers. It was never a date, it was just a hangout. Lucy, Tapes called. Panda's heart couldn't even beat any faster from the rage he's receiving from Lucy. For the first time in his life, he saw the former girl of his dreams in such a furious mood. It was just like he imagined, if not worse. It's one thing to write a song about someone who's a friend, but only for romance and the affection is unacceptable since I've been going out with Kale since then. You were hanging out with Kale even when we danced at the farm? Panda said back. Yes, he didn't offer to help because he was traveling to a different country. How long have you two been together? It doesn't matter, Lucy yelled back. I can't believe you've been crushing on me for so long. You only think about what you want rather than what others like me deserve the most. That's not true, he replied curtly. Not true? Lucy stopped herself, and so did Panda. Clifford has every right to be upset when he tells me everything about your babysitting. This is beyond anything I wanted from a friend like you. Oh, you're so disgraceful and don't deserve to be trusted. With her rage reaching its limit, she prepared to slap him in the face. But just when she was about to, just in the nick of time, Panda grabbed her arm, not even ducking from the attack. Everyone, including his bears, gasped in disbelief from the defense from Panda. Even Lucy never expected it from Panda. Am I really that disgraceful as a friend? Panda shouted back as he let go of her. You really think I care about nothing other than you after the whole restaurant incident? No! Panda began to cry with tears streaming down on his face. I may have made bad decisions when I met you since day one, but I never had a girlfriend in my whole life. Lucy's eyes shot open from hearing the outburst from Panda. His brothers thought they knew Panda wanted Lucy to be with him, but over the past week, they could only wish the girl was with them if she wasn't late. You may not like my secret, but it doesn't make me worthy of a companionship. I can't approve to be better in front of people like you when all I ever do is keep up my feelings to myself and never once talking to someone like you to fix it. More tears ran down from his face as his blood ran cold under his skin and fur. He ran away as he ran past Chloe and Icebell. Panda, Kale called while walking up by his girlfriend. You can't leave us, Squiz added. Just leave me be, he shouted back. The whole group remained silent while seeing Panda running away in pure depression and a broken heart and soul. Lucy wasn't furious anymore, but confused about Panda's feelings towards her. It was unbelievable after everything she went through with the bears, and then she realized Panda, along with his brothers, never fit in with other humans. When Charlie finished with his board game, he tried to find where Panda was even at the risk of getting caught in front of the humans. Panda, he called. Panda! He then heard crying in the distance as he saw Panda running right past him, not even bothering to look at him. From what just happened recently, there's no way he's gonna come back to the group after the scene that just transpired. Panda, don't run. As he looked from behind where his friend ran from, there's another way his brother will be able to help him now. He looked back at Panda and decided to follow him if he could cheer him up. Chapter 11, Alone by the Lake. After running away from the group into the wilderness to be alone, Panda slowed himself down, a far distance away from his brothers and the group. He got on his knees and knelt to the dirt, with his heart couldn't get any colder or any more broken. Slopping was the only thing he could do to just let his feelings out without anyone getting in the way. He wanted to head back home, but he knew that he was on the other side of the woods, farther away from his cave than he was comfortable walking by himself. He needed his privacy for his own benefit, but even he can't even have that at the location he's in. With his own will of getting back on his feet, He walked through the woods, traveling his own will instead of taking the trails he's been taking all day. He painted again. After everything that he just went through, not a lot of air was in his lungs. And then he saw a lake in the distance. Then he headed outside of the woods. He stepped onto the sand after weeks of cleaning. It was the same lake he and his brothers and Charlie went to enjoy the summer day, all the while dealing with so many adults arriving after checking the hashtags online. It smelled the same before it was trashed, which is all he hoped, with the keep out toxic lake sign still up. There hasn't been a single human who stepped foot into the lake since then. He walked up to the lake's edge while looking into the water. It is safe for him to swim in the now clean lake, but he's not in the mood. Too depressed, with the salt becoming more damaged with each passing minute. He sat on the sand while still staring at the lake itself, without saying a single word since he ran away from the group. "Panda! Panda!" Charlie shouted while looking through the woods. He managed to follow his footsteps after recognizing all the animals he's been with, including the bears. When he headed to his private lake, he saw his friend sitting all alone. He may not have seen everything involving the situation, but he didn't forget what Panda meant from before. When he took his steps closer to him, Panda didn't care, even in the slightest. "You're feeling that Lucy didn't take it well as you thought she would when she found out?" he asked. "More like hitting rock bottom in the center of the lake," Panda responded from his depressed tone. Charlie decided to sit next to Panda while trying to be nice as possible. "Look, if there's anything you need to feel better, we can play a board game together," he smiled while wrapping his arm around Panda, which didn't faze him whatsoever. "Or maybe you can hang out with one of my animal friends." His friend yet again didn't faze at all, as if it wouldn't change how he feels right now. "Or we can go to your place and watch one of your favorite shows and movies." "Charlie, as much as I appreciate the gesture, I'm not in the mood to watch anything," Panda responded while taking Charlie's arm off of him. "If you saw what I did back there, you would know how personal this is. If anything, it's only gonna make me more empty inside to think my relationship with Lucy isn't worth it anymore." When Charlie took the words into consideration, he felt sympathetic towards him, but he knew his friend needed his own space. He stood back up, stepping away from him. "You know, love isn't the answer to everything," he responded. "Then you don't know what it feels when it comes to you," Panda replied. His friend couldn't agree more from that statement, after learning that the snake babies were from the real mother. If he ever tried to take his first step in a romantic relationship, it's always a long road to have babies of his own. He decides to leave Panda alone without reminding him. As for Panda, he looked at his hands again with the water shimmering from the light. All he can think of is how he's gonna move on from this. His brothers tried to help out when he found out about Lucy being with Kale, but this was far more depressing knowing that Lucy finally found out about his secret. Time won't make up with it whenever he does something to himself. All he can do for the rest of the afternoon is to sit down while regaining his breath. In the subway station of San Francisco, a train stopped for the next group of passengers from different states to disembark. The sliding doors open, allowing the passengers to experience the city for the first time. The final passenger took her first step outside the subway train. After that, the slide doors closed and the train departed. She headed outside to look at the city of San Francisco with hundreds of people in every direction. She's already late to join in with Gwiz and the group after the many delays she went through over the past week. She wanted to do anything of the previous activities, but it's not gonna stop her. She saw a local store that sells maps of not only the city, but also the wilderness. Even if he didn't find my phone again, she looked at her phone with a panda icon, he's gonna be happy once I tell him the good news. She wasted a little time as she headed inside to buy himself a map of the wilderness outside of San Francisco. Back at the archery area, no one in the group has taken out a single bow or an arrow. Gwiz and Icebell are staying alone, dealing with their brother's absence. The Poppy Rangers kept looking at Ranger tapes, sitting on the grass, feeling depressed without giving a single instruction. Chloe sat with Clifford, who's in tears after his friend Panda ran away. Kale spent most of the time walking all over the place with his hands on his hips. On one hand, he didn't expect Panda to defend himself after his girlfriend found out, but on the other hand, it didn't change the fact Panda didn't take it too well. He turned to Lucy, who's also sitting on the ground with her arms wrapping around her legs. She regrets snapping at Panda, however, it's hard for her to overthink the idea of him once being in love with her. Are we just gonna stay here doing nothing during the whole day now? Murphy wondered. What about archery? Niglan pointed at the targets. I don't think we're gonna do archery today. Kale looking at the Poppy Rangers. It's been 30 minutes and we're supposed to be doing our next activity. We're skipping on that too, Ranger Tape staying up. Panda came up with this camping trip and by the looks of it, there's no point in continuing it. She turned to the Poppy Rangers while trying to be kind. Sorry Rangers, but this trip is cancelled. All the Rangers became disappointed after doing most of the activities, but not doing the rest. The idea of learning about Panda's secret didn't bother him, but knowing he came up with this whole camping trip idea, they don't know if they're ever going to meet him again. So, we're just gonna pack up and head home? Chloe wondered, while Clifford sniffed his nose. But we can't just leave Panda alone, he slobbed. We'll take care of that, Gwiz responded, but I doubt he's gonna leave our cave until he's ready. Icebell won't make any promises if Panda comes into the light, Icebell commented. Let's be real. Kale walked up to the bears. I may never know what it feels to be like your brother, but what I do know, I'm sure he's gonna get help from anyone after something like this. But he can't stay like this forever, Gwiz replied. Lucy got on her feet upon hearing everything from his friends. You're right, she called, which got everyone's attention. Lucy, we knew you were gonna be upset, but taking out your anger on him was uncalled for after you said you were more open-minded. His girlfriend sighed while looking at the sky. I know what I said. I thought what Panda meant was what he took advantage of me, but that's when I overlooked the bigger picture. You know, we heard about this secret. We never tried to make you suspicious, Ranger Tapes responded. Overlooking is one thing, but none of us ever saw everything about his feelings. I, for one, did. Clifford standed up. By accident. By accident? Lucy turned to his brother. I would tell you, but I don't think he has it on his phone anymore. This made his brothers confused. They did use Panda's phone a few times before, but never went through all the apps or his information towards his friends. Maybe we need to head back to the cave and find his phone, Gwiz offered. Agreed, Ranger Tapes, staying up. If you can help with your brother, maybe we could get back to the trip. Then Lucy came up with a thought. For every time she pays a visit to the cave, she never goes into all the rooms, as she had no good reason to, but at the same time, she respects privacy from others. Okay, this may be a bit pushy, but can we go through Panda's things so we can... It's fine, Gwiz accepted. We all have a lot of private stuff in our rooms that we keep from each other. Isabel's room is bigger than a secret, Isabel confessed. Is it okay if we can come? Chloe offered, with Clifford by her side. Sure, Gwiz replied. What about us? Dinaz wondered. How about I take you to the next destination of the trip? Ranger Tapes offered. But if Panda doesn't come back, I'm sending all of you home. The Poppy Rangers has no other option other than to take the leader's word. Alright, Parker said. As Ranger Tapes take the Poppy Rangers, Gwiz and the Yellows head back to the cave, even for how far away it is after beginning the trip. But they're not gonna end the day of leaving Panda all by himself. If anything, the more they see from him, the more they can figure out something out. Especially for Lucy and Kale after learning about it today. Chapter 12. Secrets Through the Phone. It was a pain for Gwiz and the others to head back to the cave after leaving this morning. Granted, it took them less time by taking shortcuts along the way, but it wasn't as easy to navigate. It's only 1:30 in the afternoon. By the time they started the journey back to the cave, they were halfway into their camping schedule where Ranger Tapes had saved the best activities for last. We're here, Gwiz said, opening the front door to allow everyone inside. They follow him from behind so that they can see where Panda's room is. As they walked up to Panda's door, Gwiz opened it and allowed Lucy and Kale inside. Chloe and Clifford waited outside of the room as they waited for the inevitable to happen. Lucy and Kale looked through Panda's bedroom for the first time. Lucy can only imagine how things were like when she finally learned about the truth from him. I can tell his room feels way more personal, Lucy said while looking at the many stuffed animals placed on the bed. Not to mention he's a huge fan of anime. Kale looked through his collection of Adventure Ocelot books. When Gwiz saw his brother's phone by his laptop, he also realized that there's a lot more on his laptop than his phone. He may be regretting it for exposing his personal information, but at the same time, he really had no other choice. Lucy, here's his phone, he responded by giving it to her after turning it on. I promise I'll take it easy and keep a level head, she replied while looking through the apps. As for Kale, he took his time to look through Panda's bedroom. From the way his bedroom is set up, even if it's inside the cave and not in a normal room, he would have understood how he felt if he didn't know that much about him. Kale, just because I allowed you in my brother's room doesn't mean you can look through his property. Gwiz walked up to him, which he immediately turned his attention to. Do you understand that he's the only brother we have the less knowledge of? Kale asked. When I tried to help him, he didn't feel so open to trying to walk out the situation. Is it because he's having a hard time laying out the truth? Chloe called from outside the room. Yes. When Lucy went through Panda's messages and friends from the apps, she's mostly surprised by the way he acted with his obsession towards her. With one of the selfies of her and Panda together, he included hearts and cupids all over the photo along with her name and Panda being displayed at the bottom. Something she nor Kale did when they took a selfie. Then she came up with an idea since it will make her understand what Panda is really feeling. She took out her own phone from her own pocket and texted Panda through her messages. When she finished texting, she sent it and saw the notification on Panda's phone. Panda forgot to change it after he got over her during the whole limo incident. Meanwhile, Clifford decided to sit on the couch in the living room. He understands how she would react upon looking at the evidence he saw from how his sister took the revelation back there. When Lucy saw her own name from Panda's notification, she wasn't as shocked as before, but in more disbelief than before. Kale, take a look at this. As she gives the phone to her boyfriend, she leaves Panda's bedroom only to see her brother sitting by himself. Kale can only think Panda's crush was like his crush, but never planned ahead of time in a relationship. He had no words to describe how much of a teddy bear Panda was compared to his brothers. Grizz, he called while handing the phone to him. I need a break right now. When he headed outside of the room, Grizz looked at his brother's phone and saw future Mrs. Panda. That alone can see how his brother's desperation could affect him so much on the inside. Not only that, he also remembered how much he wants to impress any girl he is interested in. Back in the living room, Lucy, Kale, and Clifford are all sitting together while dealing from what they saw. They weren't even disappointed from looking at it for the first time. Even Clifford thought about it when he hung out with Panda today. This whole thing is just unbelievable, Kale said. I would have been terrified if I learned about this earlier, but now, this is just not even close to awkward, Lucy added. Then I was ahead of you when I found out, Clifford responded. Both Icebell and Clifford walk inside the living room while trying to take it easy. How are you gonna handle this with Panda? Chloe asked. I don't know, Lucy reacted while trying to calm down. I just don't know how he's going to feel when I talk to him. Lucy, even if he's broken right now, I'm sure he would still listen to you and probably take it well. Even right after she lashed out on him, Kale guessed sarcastically. Even if he's not in San Francisco, then you know how personal this is when he can't find a place to enjoy himself. Chloe learned from how Panda reacted when he shouted his truth out in the open. If she ever does something like that, it'll probably drag herself down much deeper while dealing with the consequences. From whatever he's feeling right now, he'll never truly get over it. Icebell agrees. Icebell added. Wait, Grizz called while taking the laptop with them. This is really important. Is this about Panda's obsession with my sister? Clifford replied. Yes, but I'm sure Lucy isn't the only girl she's into. Wait, you mean he's been crushing on other girls? Lucy takes notice while Grizz begins setting up the laptop to display on the TV. Yes, I've been with him a lot when we came across girls. When he turned on the TV, he connected the cord from the laptop with the screen being shown to his friends. He went to one of the dating websites where his brother had been going to. So you mean to tell us that Panda didn't make a single choice in regards to which girl he wanted to be with, including my sister? Clifford looked at the TV while Panda was messaging one of the girls. Hey, I'm too young to understand dating, Chloe replied. But if I was Panda, I would make up my mind on what person I want to date. Lucy and Kale always wondered what Panda had in mind ever since they found out about his secret, but this was far from what they expected. I'm sure no one would go on a date online while they are in love with someone they met in person. Did he even meet any of the girls in person from that website? Kale asked. I don't think so, Grizz answered. If they did come over, Panda wouldn't even know how to handle it on his own. Well, that's still a relief. Otherwise, he would have been cheating, Lucy signed. But let me tell you, he's not doing any favors for himself. Grizz looked at the TV screen while looking at Panda's messages. He allowed his brothers to share his email and password since he trusted them the most. But at the same time, they don't know what it feels like to hang out with a girl they fell in love with the most. You might be right, Grizz responded while he turned off the TV while closing the laptop. My brother just can't make up his mind. Hey, some boys felt that way when they were into more girls than one, Kale commented. You do realize it would cause some serious fights if the girls see each other all because of that one boy, right? Clifford added. Yeah, maybe there's something Panda doesn't know much about girls, or women in general. That's not true, Grizz replied, sitting down on the ground. Panda may never spend a whole day with a girl, but I'm sure he can work it out. Grizz, Lucy shouted. Haven't you forgotten what he said after he went away? I doubt I doubt out of all the girls he wanted to be with, he never knew them more than me. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be positive for him. Being positive isn't gonna help him personally. Yeah, if you're in a relationship with a pretty girl, do you think Panda would do the same thing to you? Grizz didn't think he would consider needing positivity when he's in a romantic relationship. If his brother would offer to help him on his dates, he might make moves and impressions that would turn him away from the girl. Maybe it might take me and Panda down, Grizz said, lowering his head. I spell category on every woman being open-minded, Iceberg said, also lowering his head. With another moment of silence in the living room, everyone is still clueless on what they're going to do to help Panda. Not only did they need to find him in the forest, but they also need to head back to camp, especially for how much Ranger Tapes is setting up the final activities. Lucy will apologize for lashing out at Panda, but she knew it wasn't enough. The sad thing is, she doesn't know where to start after his outburst. With little to know about him, it's hard to work out from her relationship with him. She stands up while heading her way to Panda's bedroom again. Lucy, Kale staying up. I need to handle this on my own, Lucy responded while stepping in Panda's room again. The others look at each other while confused from Lucy's motivation. Do you think she's gonna talk sense into Panda? Chloe wondered. My sister may be nice for being open-minded, but something like this, I'll doubt if Panda would handle the truth, Clifford answered. Back in Panda's bedroom, Lucy took a look at it a second time. At first, she expected less from what Panda enjoys, but remembering very little info from him, it made a lot of sense now. She picked up a body pillow of Mickey-chan that was under the plushies on the mattress. She remembered her closest friends who had a body pillow with a character on it, who they also hugged during the bedtime. Same goes to his posters and book novels where it's mainly about anime and romance. Then she saw the picture that's by the lamp. The same picture she gave him when they were dance partners. It was the only time she and Panda did something together. Also the fact he played his song for her, even if she didn't like exactly what he meant by the gesture. Lucy, Grizz walking up to her with Kale from behind. What are you doing? As Lucy turned around to her friends, she looked at the phone again while feeling sad for Panda. I just need to know Panda a lot more. Looking through his private stuff isn't exactly gonna help, Kale added. Trust me, you're into anime like him, but I can't even keep up with it, and I barely watch romance movies. Do you think he's gonna take it well when you talk to him? I doubt it. She then sat on Panda's mattress. I'm pretty sure he would head back to the cave, so it's better off if you talk to Ranger Tapes about the bad news. As Iceberg and the others walked inside of the bedroom, they're clueless for what they can do right now. We can't just stop here. Panda would stay in here for a long time, Chloe said. You know Panda can't be with girls because he's a bear, right? Kale stated. It's not gonna change anything regardless. Upon hearing Kale's opinion, Grizz can only get the only opinion from Panda's former crush. Lucy, he said that to her. Do you think Panda is worthy to have a girlfriend? After listening to the question, Lucy can't decide on saying yes or no. Even with a simple question, she knows Panda deserves more respect. She knows he's still a nice guy, no matter what. She looks straight into Grizz's eyes while trying to be completely honest. I really can't answer that, she responded. What do you mean by that? Grizz replied. Grizz may have been into girls a little too much, but he still has feelings. Maybe if I show him what I really feel of him by showing all of his hobbies, maybe something might get to me, if he's really honest. Her friends look at each other about Lucy's plan. They would pick a different alternative, but at the same time, they don't know if Panda would take it easily. Outside the cave, Lucy is carrying a backpack on her back, with a bag all filled with Panda's hobbies. You sure you don't want me to come with you? Kale wondered. This kinda involves me since I'm your boyfriend. You tried to help him out, and all it did was give him more anxiety, Lucy replied. I was trying to help. Lucy then placed her hand on Kale's shoulder. I know, you did what you could. So you want us to head back to the group while you find Panda? Clifford asked. You can save more time if you can do what activities Ranger Tapes had set up right now. For me, I really need to set things straight with Panda so I can take him back to camp. Is that why you're bringing so many of his things with you? Chloe pointed at the bag and backpack, to which Lucy nodded. I promise if Panda decides to head back to the cave, I'll take him back. And then come back to you guys. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Without wasting any time at all, Lucy made a head start as she left the group. Even with the weight she's carrying, it's not gonna stop her from trying to help Panda. As she heads to the woods, Grizz and the group take her word for it. Well, I'm sure Ranger Tapes could be relieved if Panda does come back, Grizz trying to be positive. All we can do is rely on Lucy. In the meantime, let's get back to the camp. Kale looking at the sun. It's getting close to 2 o'clock. Hey, wait! Just before the whole group leaves, they immediately turn their attention to the car. I'm so sorry for being so late. As she walked up to the group, Grizz almost forgot about the whole website thing he's doing for his brother. Wait, are you the same loser that Grizz texted? Chloe blinked. Yes, do you know where the camp trip is? This gave Grizz high hopes for Panda, now that the girl of his dreams have finally arrives. All he can hope is that Lucy can handle the rest. And trust me, he wrapped his arm around her shoulder, we saved the best activities for last. I like where this is going. Kale smiled. Iceberg can't wait for brother to come back for adventure. Iceberg said, also smiling. Chapter 13. Panda and Lucy. Lucy took much longer than she thought she would after taking many different trails in the forest to find Panda. She may not be strong enough to carry everything after walking for nearly 30 minutes, but she isn't too exhausted. All that matters is to find Panda before the day is out. While walking through the trail with the sun shining through the trees, she saw a way out of the trail, but all this leads is into a bigger trail with the trees farther away. Then Lucy saw bare paw prints on the grass, which made her feel a bit relieved. She thought Panda would be much farther away from the whole group in the forest, but now she can find him by following his trail. After following them for about 10 minutes, she heard the sounds of a lake in the distance. When she looked straight in front of her, Panda was still sitting all alone, not moving while still crying. Lucy took out Panda's phone and the message icon is still on it. She brought Panda's things for a reason, but she made sure that she would never show this to him, although addressing him to change it would be the first step to work it out with him. She took a deep breath while slowly walking up to the bear. Panda heard someone walking up to him from behind. He slowly turned his head to the left to look over his shoulder and eventually saw Lucy. When she saw the look on his face, she felt much more upset with herself, with more tears streaming down Panda's face. No one during her childhood would burst and sink into tears after she lashed out on them. It was the first time she had ever seen him like this ever since she first met him. You know, Lucy said, making the first move, we're not gonna be swimming here since Lake Enzo is empty today, and there's a toxic sign there. She pointed at the sign. The bigger lake isn't cheering me up, Panda responded. I haven't even stepped foot into this lake since I got here. Lucy took a look at the lake itself, and it isn't all that bad. With the water clean along with the tire swing hanging from a tree, it felt harmless just like Lake Enzo. She placed the bag on the sand while taking off her backpack. Panda didn't notice the stuff inside of the bag and backpack until Lucy sat next to him. Panda, I'm sorry for lashing out and overreacting about your secret, she replied while wrapping her arm around his shoulder. It was a massive misunderstanding from the way Clifford told me everything about your babysitting. Panda didn't think Clifford would be the one who would cause her sister to come up to him about his secret. I was too paranoid and was trying to enjoy this camp more than telling you how I really feel. This whole day was supposed to be for you and Kale. Just because this is somewhat of a date between me and him doesn't mean it's all about me and him. I would thank you since it was your ideal, but camping is a lot more than a date. Panda would agree with her, but an hour since the trip began, it was a day he had significant trouble with and would rather forget. I was jealous with him back at the limo, but today I can't even hang out with him involving activities without thinking about. Lucy placed her hand on Panda's mouth. Please, don't keep it to yourself anymore. As she moved her hand out of the way, she let go of him. Everything you did for me explains a lot about your secret. So do I really need to? It's no longer a secret anymore. As Panda looked at the lake itself, he couldn't imagine how everything would feel with his friends see him again. So, what's in those bags? He pointed. When Lucy looked at the backpack and bag, she took one item from the bag, and it's a Mickey-chan body pillow, which took Panda by surprise. Grizz, Icebell, and Chloe took me, my brother, and Kale back to the place, and we went into your bedroom. It caused Panda to blush, even if his brothers asked permission for anyone to look at his property. Even when I keep my personal belongings, it's never safe when my day gets lost. We only look through your things so we can get to know you more. She then gives him the body pillow. Is this Mickey-chan? Panda nodded in response to Lucy's question. What do you do with her? Panda looked away while his face slowly turned red. I hug her when I'm sleeping. I saved her from getting destroyed from a building destruction, and I call her my girlfriend. Seeing him completely honest, Lucy looked at the body pillow again. She knows Mickey-chan isn't real, and for the most part, she was just like Panda when she was in middle school. When I was watching television, I even fantasized about hot boys and cartoons, but in the 1990s, body pillows of cartoon characters weren't as common or as accepted in comparison in today's standards. This causes Lucy to also blush. Sometimes when I'm in bed, I kiss my pillow. Upon hearing her confession, Panda is no longer embarrassed. I thought you would have more dignity than that. Well, it's embarrassing, yes, but just because you call her your girlfriend doesn't mean you're the only one. Panda didn't think Lucy would keep her embarrassing moments to herself, just like him, but then a question came to him. What did Grizz show you? He showed me that you were trying to get dates from girl websites. Both of Panda's paws collided into his face. He would talk out all of his problems with his brothers when he meets them, but even if that, he learned that a relationship with a girlfriend requires more work than he ever expected. Maybe I can't decide what's better for me more than anyone. Lucy knew he would say that as she takes another one of his hobbies out. She reached into the bag and took out one of Panda's DVDs. Let me show you this. The DVD in her hand is a romance movie like all the other romance movies Panda watches. Grizz bought you this movie during Christmas because you adore every bit of it, right? Yes, it may be on demand, but after watching the movie from beginning to end, I wanted it for myself so I don't have to worry when it's gone from demand. This gave Lucy a smile, remembering her DVD collection back at home. I have movies I've watched over and over again because of what type it is. Sports is one of my favorites, and it inspired me to become a jogger. Well, that explains how fast you are, Panda giggled. Let me tell you, when we watch a movie so many times, it shows how much we adore a sophisticated genre. Lucy will agree with him completely, but at the same time, she's getting off track. Sorry to say this, but if this movie involved a character who's like you, well, let's just say he doesn't get the goal, Panda guessed, which caused Lucy to flinch, trying her best to respect Panda. I told Kale that I was jealous because I'm not like him. You know, strong, a lot of tattoos, not to mention cool like my brothers. Please, when you always feel down, it's never gonna make things good for yourself. When Lucy put the DVD back in the bag, she then reached into the backpack and took out a picture of her and Panda together as dance partners. When she showed him the picture, Panda remembered it was the only time he did something with Lucy. Do you think the song wasn't the same as it was from before? Panda wondered. I thought it was something friends would do, but apparently you're the first friend who would ever consider doing this. Panda's proud of the song he made for Lucy, but he won't even bother to sing the song on his own terms. Lucy, when you and Kale enter the limo, I can't even think of you as a friend when we never had a normal time. Do you even remember my brothers always keeping you company while I was always being pushed back on the day we met? Lucy has always taken the same selfies with Grizz and Icebell, but never once with Panda. However, at the same time, it shows Panda's behavior more at the restaurant. Look, I understand you keep getting pushed down, but during that day, I never expected you to be that desperate. Panda couldn't even bother to defend his actions, knowing how much he humiliated himself. Not to mention everything that really happened between him and Clifford. Do you really blame me? If my brothers did come with me, you wouldn't even talk to me. I would have talked to you, Lucy being serious. Granted, it wasn't what you thought, but still, that's all that matters, right? The black and white belt slowly feels better while his soul rebuilt itself. He felt that the more he learns from his former crush, the less desperate he feels about Lucy. Considering you're the only person I feel too attached to, it's a lot easier than I thought it would be. As she handed him the picture, Panda would have gotten more pictures with her, but as a friend. After almost 3 decades of his life, while going from country to country with his brothers as cubs, while getting older over time, it finally hit him. You know something, Lucy? Panda turned to her. If you were an animal and I was a human, you would know what it feels to be me. If we had the chance to start all over from the beginning, me and my brothers would have shown you who we really are. Then Lucy stopped herself before saying another word. Compared to me and Chloe and Ranger Tapes, who came across the bears more often, they may know about them than her. What else was in the bag and backpack? Panda asked. It's mostly anime novel books along with more of your selfies with girls. Tell me, taking selfies with girls is the same as taking selfies with celebrities. This caused Lucy to giggle from Panda's somewhat sense of irony. Okay, maybe to you, girls feel a lot more special. She then stopped herself. But the thing is, even if I did know everything about you and your brothers, you will probably still keep your feelings to yourself. But I will admit that what you said, being an animal in a life like yours, can show where you're coming from. After sitting on the grass in front of the lake for a long time, Panda finally got on his feet while taking a deep breath to keep his nerves. Lucy stayed on the sand while the bear needed space for himself, but unlike how he got here, it was the first time he never felt so calm since he's been struggling all day. You know, me imagining you as my girlfriend while trying my hardest to never let you down wasn't as wonderful as I imagined. Lucy then got off of the sand while feeling impressed by Panda's words. Even if we do know each other, nothing would have changed. Kale might have been fine with me because he knows I can't get a girlfriend unlike him. And it shows why he didn't say anything about me other than handing me papayas. He then exhaled, all the while laying out everything he needed to come out in front of Lucy. Lucy isn't even disgusted with Panda anymore, nor upset after everything he kept from her. His secret may no longer be private from any of his friends, but it didn't stop her from thinking differently of Panda. You're still worthy of getting a girlfriend. Lucy walked up to Panda while he turned around with his eyes almost wide open. What do you mean? Today was probably the day where I finally know who you really are, and after you ran away, I had to learn it from the best, and that's from you. Panda turned his whole body straight to Lucy whilst being in stunned silence. He would expect his brothers to say that to him, but not someone like Lucy. I've really made today a lot more memorable, even if it wasn't exactly how it should have been. Hey, everyone is still in the forest waiting for you. Winter Tape still wants the trip to be like a camping trip, minus the sleeping in tents, but we're still having a campfire tonight. It was only a matter of time to get back to the group before it's too late. Panda felt better with his soul fully rebuilt, no longer in the need to head back to the cave to be alone. Okay, I'm willing to spend the rest of the day being part of the trip. Now that's the Panda I know and admire as a friend, Lucy chilled. Thanks for talking sense into me, Panda replied, grabbing his arm. Hey, at some point, this was bound to happen at some point. Before Lucy would take Panda with her on the way, there's one thing she's willing to give him. Just like after he took care of Clifford, she walked up to him, preparing to kiss him on the cheek, a gesture for the only bear she showed Kale towards the least. But before she would press her lips with her eyes closed, Panda slowly pushed her away, taking her by surprise. It's okay, he smiled. It's not that important to me. Besides, I also stopped you from slapping my face earlier. Lucy then made an awkward laugh, remembering how much Panda defended himself back there. You know, I never kissed Grizz and Icebell on the cheek at all. It was the only thing I would give you to show my support. Nah, my brothers wouldn't be jealous whatsoever. The two made one last laugh as they packed up his things as they left the lake. They considered heading back to the cave to return all of Panda's belongings, but they don't want to waste any more time. They're sure no one would peek at it without Panda's permission when they get back to the group. But what Panda doesn't know is that there's one more person he has yet to meet, thanks to the help from his two brothers last week. Chapter 14. No camp without the last camper. Winter Tapes along with the Puppy Winters are setting up the next activity, involving a blindfolded obstacle course. They just finished the previous activity without the bears and their friends during the last hour. How long are they gonna take? Dinaz asked, sitting on the ground. It's been like an hour and a half, Niglan added. Rangers, I'm sorry this is taking longer than it needs to be, but Panda is way too sensitive, Dana replied while looking at the rules of the activity. I promise they will be back with him as soon as possible. The Puppy Rangers wanted to enjoy themselves during the last activity, but they couldn't get over Panda's depression-fueled outburst earlier, causing them to leave. Just when they're about to put on the blindfolds, they heard people coming from the trail. They just calmed down. When they turned around, they saw Panda and Lucy together while placing all Panda's hobbies and interests behind the trees. Panda, Lucy, Wallace cheered. With the Puppy Rangers walking up to Panda and Lucy, Winter Tapes turned around and felt relieved to see Panda feeling the same as he was, although he still needs to wait until Grizz and the others come back. I thought you would never come back, Parker smiled. If I never came back, I would have stayed by myself for a long time, Panda replied. Let me tell you, I knew how to handle someone who's dealing with depression. Everything is all back to normal, Lucy added. Panda gave Lucy a smile after thanking her for being the only girl who actually talked sense into him. As the black and white bear walked past the Poppy Rangers, he walked up to Ranger Tapes. I gotta say, Panda, this will probably give you some escapism after what you've been through. Tapes finishing tying the final string as part of the obstacle. When Panda looked at the course itself along with a bucket of blindfolds, he nor his brothers had ever played a game like this. What do you mean by escapism? Panda wondered. It's mainly about believing in your partner while also developing trust. I played this game so many times and trust has never failed me. Panda might consider having Kale being his partner for this activity just so he can finally do something with him. He'll be waiting for Lucy to tell him the good news. That way it would be exciting to see how he and Kale can work as partners. Just for today. Good point, he responded. I'll talk to Grizz on which partner I can pick. Technically, I paired up the Rangers and partners, but I owe you for coming back. When Ranger Tapes prepares to put every Ranger into pairs, Grizz, along with the others, are getting close to the group after walking on the many trails in the woods. The new camper, who's been absent the whole day, is right behind Icebell. She made an agreement with Grizz of giving his brother a surprise later, but not just any surprise. A surprise Panda wouldn't see coming. Okay, go wait behind Icebell for a second. Let me take care of this. Grizz turning around, to which she gives him a thumbs up. The grizzly bear and his friends saw Panda and Lucy back to the group, which made them thrilled. Hey campers! He shouted, getting the attention from everyone. Grizz! The Poppy Rangers cheered as they all walked up to Grizz. The gang's all here, Kale smiled as he gave his girlfriend a hug. How was it with you helping Panda? Don't worry, everything is under control, Lucy said, breaking the hug. Are you gonna be his partner in this activity? Kale looked at the blindfolded obstacle course itself. I was thinking about it, but Grizz has a better idea. After Grizz gave Ranger Tapes a hug, he spoke into her ear. Panda from behind is thrilled to see his brothers again, but he's confused from the way Icebell is walking. He moved slower than the speed he and Grizz took while walking, but he didn't notice the last camper that was still hiding behind him. Ranger Tapes found Grizz's plan really interesting now that everyone in the group is here with nobody left behind. Panda, Grizz looked at him after Grizz backed away. Go put on your blindfold. But shouldn't I wait until I get paired with someone? He wondered. Don't worry, I got you covered, Grizz added. Come on, put on your blindfold. When Panda took his brother and Tape's word, he reached into the bucket filled with blindfolds, all the while tying it behind his head, making sure his eyes were fully covered. With Icebell checking that his brother is blindfolded, he allowed the camper to be out in the open. Everyone except Panda took notice from the final camper who's finally arrived. Chloe would usually make an introduction for the Poppy Rangers, but at the same time, she made a promise to keep her identity a secret from Panda. Who is she? Murphy pointed at the Lana dot. She'll tell us her name later, Clifford added. Who is she? Panda asked, which caused the young camper to giggle. Alright everyone, Ranger Tapes making an announcement. Our next activity will be a blindfolded obstacle course where we put our trust to the test. You're all going to be paired with someone who will be blindfolded while you guide them through the obstacle course. The Rangers found the activity really exciting after weeks of knowing each other. They can handle an activity like this. But first, Grizz spoke next to Tapes, we need to give you a demonstration. The person who's blindfolded will be inside the obstacle course while the partner gives them the directions through the course. So who's gonna be demonstrating us? Wallace asked. Grizz pointed at his brother, Panda, and then at the yellow dot, and her. Seriously, who? Panda called again. Don't worry about it just yet, Kale called back. As the Winchos stood farther away from the obstacle course, Grizz allowed the young adult to walk up to his brother, with the whole group watching Panda from the sidelines, giving him space with no distractions. The final camper walked up to him. "So, you're my partner," Panda asked, hearing his partner's footsteps. "Pretty much. Sorry I didn't get here this morning," she replied. "It's fine. I'm sometimes late when schedules don't go as planned." Well, that's something we have in common. She would tell her information right now, but she'll wait until after her partner completes in the obstacle course. Just when she takes him to the start of the course, Panda remembers something about her. "Hey, your voice sounds familiar." "What do you mean?" She smiled. "Like, I remember that voice, but I can't remember her face." "Is it because you only saw her for less than a minute?" she guessed. "Yeah." Grizz and Icebell were surprised and couldn't believe the girl they were connected with online was someone the brother had met in public when he was by himself. "I think we just hit the jackpot," Grizz whispering to Icebell. "Icebell just won the lottery," Icebell commented. As Panda is away with his blindfold still on, his partner gets to the other side of the course. Panda makes his first steps inside with the white tapes preventing him from getting out of bounds. The tapes in front of him are in different colors, what he needs to avoid by not whipping them apart. "Okay, so what am I supposed to do first?" The young adult looked at the first tape that's in front of Panda's legs. "Go over the tape, it's lower towards the ground." Upon hearing the first instruction, Panda lifted both of his legs over the tape, despite the weight he's dealing with. He only touched the tape while still managing to keep it unwhipped. "Did I whip something?" he spoke. "No, you didn't," his partner answered while looking at the next set of tapes. There was 2 orange tapes around neck high, crouched down underneath them. Panda crouched down as he slowly walked under the tapes. "Ranger tapes, I don't think this is helping me on escapism," he called. "Hey, it's all in partnership," Tails tapes responded. After he got over the 2 tapes, he lifted himself back up. The next set of tapes are a lot more difficult for the blindfolded partner from here on out. When Panda is slowly feeling nervous, his partner takes notice. "Hey, you just saw it. It's easy if you listen to me," she replied. "I just don't want to waste the tape," Panda said. "Trust me, you will give the campers a good demonstration." The black and white bear took a deep breath while trying to agree with his partner. Even after coming back from running away, this is officially his first ever time doing a camp activity, even if it's just a demonstration. "Okay, what do I have to do next?" "Crawl down. The green tapes are straight to your lower body." Panda knew tapes would be an expert in training, but he's not. He would back out, but he refuses to give up in front of everyone. He slowly got on his knees while panicking on the inside. With his whole body on the dirt, he crawled under the first tape, but the next tape was close to touching his back. The third tape is low enough that Panda can feel it from his upper back. "Please tell me that that's not the tape." Panda refused to touch his surroundings. "It is," Clifford said, not liking the looks of his best friend's predicament. "Just make sure you don't whip it," his partner added. Panda had no other choice but to take his partner's word as its value. He crawled slowly while he felt his fur being tickled from the tape. He then feels the tape on his small tail, just when he's about to get back on his feet. Luckily, he pushed himself down while the tape went over his tail. "You did it!" Lucy cheered, with the others did as well. "That was amazing, Pan Pan," Grizz added. As Panda got on his feet, he heard all of his friends giving him a round of applause. Even if he's gonna go through more tapes in his way, he's not gonna back down. "Thank you. My knees are still quite sore after the long walk back there," he smiled. For the next 5 minutes, Panda had gone through almost all the tapes in the obstacle course. He didn't remove his blindfold once since he started the demonstration, making tapes even more proud by not breaking the rules. The final tape of the obstacle course for Panda is narrowed. Every tape colored gray is connected to the rocks, from the ground to the branch of a nearby tree. He can tell it was a lot more challenging with the idea that tapes climbed a tree just to make the final part of the course different. Come on, Panda, you're so close to finishing this whole thing, his partner cheered. After passing the final gray tapes, Panda had finished the whole demonstration. He sat on the ground after feeling exhausted from all the crouching and crawling, luckily without getting any cramps. You did it, Panda, Grizz cheered as he and Icebell made their way to the bottle. Excellent demonstration, Ranger Tapes added. You may not be a spy, Kale added, but you're seriously good at not touching the lasers, Lucy finished. But there was no lasers, Clifford turned to his sister. I was being theatrical. With the Ranger Tapes giving the Rangers their blindfolds, Grizz and Icebell walked up to Panda, congratulating him, and it was time for him to take off the blindfold. As much how fun that was, my body definitely wasn't made for that, Panda commented. Icebell's body, however, was made for blindfolded obstacle courses, Icebell said. At least you finally did an activity on this trip, Grizz smiled. I know. Can I please take off my blindfold now? Panda prepares to reach behind his head, only for his partner to stop him by placing her hands on his arms. Let me take care of it. It's the least I can do after what you went through the whole course. Okay. As Panda allowed his partner to untie the blindfold, she took it off, allowing Panda to finally see. But when he finally laid eyes on his partner, his heart pounded, but in a good way. Amanda, he blinked. It's been a very long time, Panda, she giggled. Panda didn't even expect to meet Amanda like this. Not only he has until night time when the trip is over, but figures that Amanda would do something in return after he retrieved the phone to her. When he turned to his brothers, Grizz gave him a wink, which made him even more surprised. Chapter 15. Always a second choice. After everyone did the blindfold obstacle course, they left the open area to head to their next destination. During that whole time, Panda felt frozen in his own body and mind. He tried to speak with Amanda face to face, but he was too unprepared to meet her like this. He was lucky that Amanda took her time to be in his footsteps by being blindfolded, and she did a good job on guiding him, but it wasn't enough. While Panda is carrying Clifford on his shoulders, he's walking in front of his brothers. Grizz, I can't believe you found Amanda, he responded. That's like the third time you've said that, Grizz replied. You don't have to say thank you again. Yeah, it's starting to become annoying, Chloe added. You already came back and now you're feeling like a scratched record that keeps repeating itself. Please don't joke about what I've been through. I can't react to everything all in one day, Panda rolled his eyes. I may feel better because of Lucy, but Amanda, I was expecting her to come back to San Francisco on a different day, not today. Grizz and Icebell thought they managed to make their brother happier after what he went through, but even they didn't think they would have gone this far. Oh, maybe if this happened tomorrow or next week, everything wouldn't be so sudden and unexpected. While the group in the front continued to travel on, Panda stopped himself. His brothers took notice while Clifford thought his ride was cut short. Panda, he looked down on his friend. If you think Amanda is only here because of you, you might as well go out with her by leaving the trip. I'm not gonna leave just because she's here, Clifford, Panda responded. I've only met her once before, and right now, she's helping with one of the Poppy Rangers. So you're gonna wait until you're ready? Chloe asked. What if she heads back to the subway station? You know she doesn't live here. Upon taking Chloe's consideration and question, Panda would think of something to do for Amanda. Unfortunately for the final set of activities available for the afternoon, he's unsure if he would impress Amanda. The last activity was lucky, but he's doubtful about a positive outcome. During the later activities, he could potentially embarrass himself. Maybe if I knew about this earlier, I would have made a schedule for Amanda, he responded while he got back to his work. Yeah, you're probably right. Grizz lowered his head. With the back of the group taking their time catching up, Lucy and Kale are sightseeing in the forest together. Behind them, Amanda just finished picking Wallace up to get a better look of the singing birds on one of the trees. When Grizz messaged her about the camping trip days ago, he only talked about wager tapes and every kid's name of the poppy wagers, but not Lucy, Kale, and Chloe. Excuse me? She called, which caused the two to turn around. Yes, Kale smiled. Sorry, Grizz didn't tell me who you two are. What are your names? I'm Lucy, and this is my boyfriend Kale, Lucy introduces herself. So, you must be the late camper, right? Yeah, a lot of delays happened along the way. It isn't easy for everything to go as planned. Lucy and Kale would give Amanda some application with one of the later activities, but they remembered they should also do something with Panda after everything they went through today. Well, we're going to swim at Lake Enzo later, so maybe we can swim together, Lucy offered. Yeah, I was hoping swimming was one of the last activities, which is why I have my swimsuit in my bag, Lucy said, showing off her backpack. Lucy and Kale also noticed that Panda and the others are catching up to the group. By the way, what do you think you're gonna do with the bears? You mean Grizz, Ice Bear, and Panda? She asked. Well, Grizz and Ice Bear didn't mind if they don't want to be my partner, so I guess Panda might be interested. Have you always been his partner back there? Kale pointed back. Yeah, but he gave me back my phone before I left. You have no idea how long it took me to realize I'd lost my phone. When she took out her phone, Lucy noticed the panda icon while witnessing the white stripe at the bottom of her backpack. Do you like pandas? Lucy asked, to which Amanda nodded. It's my favorite animal. I was lucky enough to find at least one from a zoo, but me and a real one in society, it felt like he was the rarest of them all. Lucy and Kale always thought that Amanda would probably be here for the camp more than anything. Okay, this may be a little personal, but why are you here? Kale raised his eyebrow. Amanda then turned around while pointing at Grizz. It was his brother. I won't be able to come back here if I haven't come across him online. Today couldn't get any more bizarre for the couple. First, they learned about the secret, and now they just met a girl who's completely into pandas. But on the other hand, everything that Lucy mentioned to Panda back there at the lake is true. You don't say, she smirked. If there's more of a reason you decide to come along, you sure your parents might approve of the idea of... Don't worry, I know it's strange and completely off of a relationship, but I could keep it at a level where it doesn't cross the line, Amanda replied, being completely honest. But aren't you supposed to be heading back to where you live once this is all over? Kale asked. It feels odd that you only come here for the camp and him. Actually, that's for a surprise I'm gonna save until tonight. Lucy and Kale wondered if they can help Panda out, but on the other hand, it's gonna take some effort. Not to mention how Panda would handle the next big activity for Amanda. After finishing yet another hike, Ranger Tapes allowed the whole group to take a break before they head to Lake Enzo to swim for a while, with some of the Poppy Rangers changing into the swimsuits from the other side with tons of trees giving them privacy. The bears, Clifford and Chloe are staying together. Even after reuniting, Panda is still clueless of what he's going to do with Amanda later on. So the manga you read called Summer Love is the same manga Amanda reads? Clifford asked. While you and her were in the same shop, Gwiz added, to which Panda nodded. Let me tell you, she was the second girl that told me there was always luck after the first girl. Little did they know, Lucy and Kale are hiding behind a tree and are eavesdropping on the conversation. Amanda, along with Ranger Tapes, are changing into the swimsuits at a different spot, a side farther away. Pan, it's not like that we're against this. I mean, she told me everything about her, but you never know how she'd react, Gwiz commented. Icebell can't predict everything after Lucy's lashing out, Icebell added. I'm aware of that. Panda taking a deep breath. Our next activity is swimming, and I may be a fine swimmer, but I'm not sure if she's willing to be that impressed. It's true, Chloe responded. Pandas don't swim like fish. People like Amanda want to see Panda do what pandas do. I doubt that will be the case. You're right, Clifford saying up. I mean, what are you gonna do by impressing her? Upon hearing her brother, Lucy and her boyfriend decided to join in, knowing they have a solution to help Panda. Bears, she responded, and kids. With everyone putting their attention on the two humans, Panda didn't know what to expect from them. Yes, he responded nicely. We just talked to Amanda a few minutes ago, Kale added, and she told us what she feels about you. This will have caused the black and white bear to blush, but hearing those from the ones he had a hard time truly getting along with, nothing will ever stay the same for long. Okay, I get we're moving on from this, but this is too early for me. But you know what I said back there, Lucy confessed. Granted, I wasn't expecting this to happen this soon, but she's way more into you than you think. Panda may agree with everything she mentioned earlier, but he can only think how unreal it is to be in a relationship with Amanda. Wouldn't a relationship require time, which would then lead to happiness? Well, Gwiz chiming in, Amanda has been waiting for this day ever since she left here. Don't you think she might be thrilled? If she's really all that, she would have arrived here a bit sooner. Her trains got delayed. There was nothing she could do about that. To think seeing her was a huge surprise turned into nothing more than pure luck. His brothers did the best and worst to make the girl of his dreams come back. He didn't even decide what to do with Amanda now that she's here, making today the only chance he's got. Panda stand up and walked up to Lucy and Kale. How am I going to impress her with swimming? Actually, why don't you have Kale to help you? Lucy offered. Ranger Tapes told me there are several toys at Lake Enzo. You should have them teach you how to play those games with Amanda. You mean like shooting water guns? Pretty much, Kale added. I'm sure Amanda would be happy to play beach games of any kind, Chloe commented. Panda would get the chance to finally do an activity with Kale, but he never forgets how different he is compared to him. When he lowered his head while sitting back to his spot, that eventually pushed Kale. Panda, you really need to stop putting yourself down. He got on his knees next to the bear. It's one thing to freak out over telling the truth, but it's another when a girl comes to you. I never thought about spending that kind of relationship out in public, Panda said. But we all went through a lot of crazy situations before. I would name all of them, but then we would be out here forever, Gwiz stated. Panda remembered the time he, along with his brothers, had to wear clothes after being kicked out. Okay, when I was on my own doing San Francisco while wearing a black cardigan with a light blue undershirt, I met Samantha. Samantha, Kale replied. She was so into me because of my outfit, so much so she was willing to marry me. This caused Lucy and Kale to look at each other. How old was she? Lucy placed her hand on her hip. Maybe 17. She was on an incredibly high adrenaline rush. Okay, even I can tell she was a bit cuckoo in the head, Clifford commented. And the less said about it, the better, Chloe added. Kale would not hear the end of the story, but for how Samantha was, Amanda would act a lot more appreciative and controlled. I can tell for a fact she was 2 ahead since you just met her that day. But Amanda, she's been thinking about you ever since she left. So did I, and then in the months afterwards, I almost forgot about her. Panda spoke with his eyes wide open. You see, you probably think about Lucy more than Amanda, and you're the only one who thinks you won't have a chance with her. Panda soon realized he might have a chance to get what he really wanted in his life, even with a lot to work to make the relationship work. Amanda might be the one who's willing to listen and understand him. Then, his former crush also got on her knees. You know, there's a lot of ways to get a girlfriend. If you're willing to do what it takes to impress me, you can do the same with Amanda. After hearing Lucy's advice, Panda decides to take matters into his own hands. No matter how the odds are against him, he's not gonna back down from the opportunities like this anymore. Okay, I can do it, he said in a confident way. With Kale admiring Panda's choice, he'll make sure he will succeed. Then here's what we're going to do. Chapter 16. Kiss from an Angel. Just a little under a mile away from the group, Charlie is walking all alone in a mild depression. He didn't get the memo that Panda felt better afterwards when he left him at the private lake. He could have even enjoyed himself by playing a simple game with one of the animals due to his best friend feeling so much pain and sorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself, Charlie spoke to himself. But my best friend is completely broken, like a million pieces lost forever. Why must the innocent soul become so damaged? He then slammed his head against a tree, causing a few leaves to fell from above. Not long until a squirrel with a piece of paper in his mouth, along with binoculars being attached around its body. When it walked up to Charlie, he pulled on his leg. Yes, he responded while looking at the paper in the squirrel's mouth. A letter? He took the paper from the squirrel. It was a letter from Grizz after he made a plan with Kale. Dear Charlie, Panda is back with us after Lucy talked to him. You don't have to worry about him feeling depressed. He's feeling much better. We made a promise to keep you safe from any humans, but our final camper has finally joined us. This is what Panda really wanted from Lucy. We're gonna be heading to Lake Enzo so we can swim there. I want you to watch us, but hide so no one can spot you. Trust me, it will be worth it if something great happens. Your friend, Grizz. Oh my Nelly, my friend Panda is no longer a broken-hearted animal. He cheered as he picked up the squirrel. I can't wait for what's gonna happen to Pan Pan. This is so much better than Cable. He then makes a head stop by running to Lake Enzo while the whole group is swimming at. Even if he can't join in on the fun, he'll still be the ones who will see his best friend gain the surprise that's coming his way. At Lake Enzo, it's well for there not to be as a lot of people swimming, especially compared to during the summer season. There's far more space for the whole camping group, making it the perfect spot for Ranger Tapes to set up the campfire for later. The sky is slowly turning to orange, with the sun slowly setting over the trees of the forest. The group arrived at the lake only with a few members lagging a bit behind. Panda and Kale are the first ones to step foot onto the sand, while they both look at the water guns, along with the other toys being displayed. Amanda will be here any second, Kale whispering to Panda. Follow my lead. No problem, Panda giving him the thumbs up. Alright everyone, Ranger Tapes shouted. For the next hour, we're gonna be swimming in Lake Enzo, so just enjoy yourselves, but keep it safe. I'm ready to jump into the lake, Murphy cheered. I'm gonna make a sandcastle, Parker added. With all the puppy rangers rushing to the lake, Chloe and Clifford decide to swim together as long as she promised his sister to keep him away from any of his allergies. Gwiz and Icebell walked by their brother to give them the heads up. Bro, Lucy's with Amanda right now, Gwiz smiled. Is Kale setting up the first phase? All that Panda had to do is point at Kale, who's looking at the many beach activities Tape set up. It may take time for us, but I'll call you when you're up, Panda replied, staying on track with the plan. Icebell is ready for beach time. Icebell cheered, being prepared for a lot of fun. Just when his bears head to the spot, they notice there are two people coming from the trail through the trees. Lucy and Amanda at 4 o'clock, Grizz warned Panda. Upon hearing the signal, Panda acted casually while trying to give Amanda a normal impression. The girls he got into never went to the beach with him whenever the chance was available. Even as an animal, any girl in a wonderful outfit always makes them beautiful in his eyes, just like Lucy during his first day meeting her. Okay, Panda, don't mess this up. Make Amanda proud and never ever, Panda thought before he got cut off. Bears? A voice called in the distance. That doesn't sound like Lucy or Amanda, Panda blinked. When he turned around, he saw Daryl in his one-piece swimsuit, along with his wife Sophia, who's also in her white swimsuit. I didn't know you were swimming at Lake Enzo, Daryl asked, walking up to the bears. Not to mention company, Sophia added, looking at everyone. Is this some kind of party you're throwing? Actually, this is a camping trip, Grizz pointed at the group. I gotta say, I thought you were staying at home for the whole day. Well, Sophia wanted to go swimming with me, so we agreed to swim here, Daryl replied, whilst applying some sunscreen. Do you think your friends will be alright with us staying? Ranger Tapes shouldn't have an issue. We were lucky there's no one here, so we got the whole lake to ourselves, Panda said, making a slightly awkward giggle. Well, that's a small miracle for that to happen, Sophia smiled. Is that Ranger Tapes, the woman with the hat? Yes, Grizz answered. You can meet him if she's fine with you staying. Daryl and Sophia made their way to the leader, while the bears felt a little freaked out. Well, that signal was pointless, Panda commented. Come on, Pan, you know Ranger Tapes can't afford to buy the whole lake to herself. Yes, too expensive, but I'm sure Daryl and Sophia might not like the look of me being with a human. So, Grizz being positive, them not being part of our camping trip doesn't mean they're not welcome here. Panda will keep his confidence to himself, but it won't change for how Amanda will react. Okay, like I said before, I don't need your help at the moment. Me and Kale have everything under control. I'll make sure she'll feel happy when I play with water guns with her. He then notices the looks on Grizz and Icebell as they start to back away from him. Hey, why are you two backing away? When he turned around, his eyes shot open when he saw Amanda with Lucy by her side. The swimsuit she has on is a blue sparkling swimsuit with cute panda faces on her bra. Panda's heart pounded for how beautiful Amanda is, feeling it would come true upon reveal. Panda, Amanda smiled. Did you say something about playing with water guns with me? Yes, because water blasters feel a lot more sports related, minus the fun factor. Panda blushed. That's right, Lucy added. And then we can go swimming by playing with the beach ball together. Fine by me. As Amanda walked past Panda, who's turning more red by the second, Lucy poked on Panda's shoulder, gaining his attention. You probably need to stop making those faces. I'm sorry, she's too attractive, Panda whispered. How are we gonna do this right? Please follow our lead. Lucy and Panda head to the spot where Kale is waiting. The first phase of the plan is going fairly well, with Panda not backing down. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Charlie tried to find the perfect hiding spot. Even if he's farther away from Panda, he still has his binoculars. He wanted to come out there, but his fear of humans will instantly get the better of him. Here he is, he said himself while looking through his binoculars. The show must have started minutes ago, but I still didn't miss the best parts. Panda, Amanda, Lucy, and Kale are at the water blaster spot. Well, there are 6 water blasters laid out. So, have you ever played this game before? Amanda asked. Not really, but I'm really excited for this, Panda replied. That's fine, I've played this game many times when I'm at the beach. Is it because it feels like you're playing an actual shooter? Lucy added. Because it's a lot better when you imagine yourself playing in a video game, taking out the zombies, that is. Amanda gave Lucy a confused look, which caused Panda to give her a flinched look. I don't think she plays zombie video games. Yeah, only RPG video games, Amanda responded. Sorry, I thought it would give you in the mood of being in a first-person shooter, Lucy scratched on the back of her head. Do you play any video games? No, I just watch a playthrough online. I'm not good at video games. In an awkward look from Amanda, Lucy was lucky enough her move didn't make a turn for the worse. I really need to play video games, then watch them. As they arrived, Kale gave 3 water blasters to them. Do you want a game of every player for themselves or a team versus team style? He offered. Team versus team, Panda offered. We may have the whole lake to ourselves, but it's not big enough for camouflaging. That's a good choice. I'll be partners with Kale, while you be partners with Panda, Lucy added. Again, totally fine with that, Amanda turning to Panda. Looks like we're partners again, Panda said, smiling at his crush. Hey, if we're good at blindfolded maze game, we can handle this. She lifted her water blaster up. Panda can only be a lot more impressed from seeing Amanda way more than from when she left. During his first encounter with her, he only imagined her in the Summer Love manga, but never thought of the aftermath if she would ever come back. And now, it feels like it's a sequel to the manga, but set in the present world. Well, these blasters aren't gonna fire themselves, Panda said, lifting his blaster up. Then let's do this, Kale cheered. Without wasting any more time, 2 teams shooting water from their guns at each other, beginning the small-scale beach war. The blast from Kale's gun splashed on Panda while Amanda shot at Lucy. They immediately shake with the water still being fairly cold after being in the cooler all day. Panda started to get the hang of it by shooting Kale while losing the velocity from his gun to get a bit more range. Soon Amanda shot at Kale after Lucy's wet hair was covering her face. How about that? Amanda taunted. You're getting my swimsuit wet, Kale reacted. Then how about two for the price of one? Panda smirked as he blasted his gun to Kale. Kale fell on his back on the sand with his whole body completely soaked. After 5 minutes, Panda and Amanda managed to win 3 of the best of 5 rounds against Lucy and Kale. Even though they went easy on them, the first phase of the plan is finished. Looks like you beat us 3 times out of 5, Lucy moving her wet hair. We're awesome as a team, Amanda jumped in joy. Tell me, I've never felt so corneated during activities like this, Panda cheered. Just when he's about to give her a hug as part of his plan, Amanda rushed up to him, hugging him, causing him to almost fall down. Oh, he reacted. We're perfect as a team. I can't even remember the last time anyone helped me so much. You're serious? Yes, I don't usually win games like this that much. While still in the position, while preventing himself from falling, he saw Lucy and Kale giving him the thumbs up. After they placed the water blasters on the ground, they saw the Poppy Rangers playing with the beach ball in the lake. How about we play beach ball with the kids? Kale offered. We're going to swim already? Great, Amanda breaking the hug. Man, you're really in the mood, Panda reacted. He knew Amanda would be having a lot of fun, but nothing like this. She's acting the same way Samantha did, but a little more into the zone compared to her. I'll go get Clifford, Lucy walking past. Back at the other side of Lake Enzo, Grizz and Icebell are relaxing under the sun. They will jump into the water a bit later, but they're waiting until Phase 2 begins. Grizz took off his shades, noticing Panda on his way with Amanda by his side. That's our cue, Icebell. Grizz poked on Icebell's shoulder. The two bears stand up, but not before Daryl and Sophia stop them from heading off. What are you two gonna do next? Daryl wondered. We're gonna play with the beach ball in the lake with the others. Mind if we join? Sophia asked. Panda realized that almost all the people on Lake Enzo are preparing to swim. Not a single human was staying on land for the time being. Looks like we're gonna be swimming with everyone, he replied. Are you sure you're fine with this amount of people playing? Why not? Amanda giggled. It's like all of your favorite students from school are coming together, other than almost everyone here is a child. She then looked at Dinaz running past her. Panda can tell what Amanda really missed home. Day after day must have been a pain for her just to get here until she finally arrived. He's upset she won't stay here forever after the day is out, but he's still savoring the moment until the time is right. Well, then let's pretend all of your friends are here, so you can imagine the great times with your friends. Just when Panda's about to head to the lake, Amanda grabbed his arm, which caused him to blushed with it being the second time she made a move on him. To me, you're not my pet. You feel way more friendly than an animal. Like as a friend? Amanda shook her head in response. It caused Panda to feel a lot more unprepared, even though his plan is still intact. This has got to be some kind of long dream. It can't be real, he thought. Panda, Kale called with a beach ball in his hand. We're coming. He shook his head while trying to believe he's sleeping in his bedroom. Panda and Amanda stepped into the water last. With everyone finally in the lake, they all spread apart with Kale ready to hit the beach ball. He sent it to Grizz, first, who then hit it towards Ranger Tapes. She then sent it to one of the Poppy Rangers, who jumped from the ground underwater and hit it towards Icebell. Everyone manages to hit the ball at least twice per turn. Panda managed to get the hang of it without missing the ball. However, every time he sends it to Clifford, he couldn't keep his eyes off Amanda. Her hair is still wet from the water gun game, and it's sparkling like the girls from anime and the manga. He tried to focus on the ball, but it didn't change how glorious Amanda is in his eyes. Back where Charlie is hiding, more animals continue to gather around him, seeing the view of the whole camping group playing. Pan's really getting distracted. He looked through his binoculars. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? He turned to one of the dealers who's unsure. Panda! Grizz gained the attention from his brother. Luckily, his brother managed to hit the ball before it's too late. Sorry, the water of the lake is too mesmerizing, Panda acting like he didn't look at Amanda. To which, to his dismay, she giggled. Not that it's shining or anything, I mean, it's so beautiful. Ah! Amanda continues to giggle as if she's catching on, without getting disgust. Come on, send me the ball, Chloe called while being on top of Icebell. When the ball went straight towards her, she missed it, causing the ball to land in the water. The ball's over there, Parker pointed. Can someone get it? Icebell will volunteer. Just before Icebell will head to get the beach ball, Kale stopped him. How about we have Panda go get it, he offered. What? Panda's eyes shot open in shock. I can't swim over there. Kale knew this wasn't part of the strategy of the second phase, but he can tell there won't be a third phase afterwards if things kept going the way they were planned. He liked the way Amanda is taking it to the point that a secret that she's keeping from anyone would be a great surprise. Those inner tubes on the sand, Lucy, can you give him one, please? Got it. Lucy heads to the shore to get an inner tube. Panda slowly walked up to Kale with everyone waiting for him to get the ball back. Kale, this wasn't part of the plan, he whispered into Kale's ear. I know, but this is actually turning out much better than I expected, Kale whispered back while receiving the inner tube from his girlfriend. Trust me, nothing bad will happen. As Panda looked at the inner tube, he then looked at the ball still floating on the surface of the lake. It's mostly simple for anyone to just swim over to grab it. But by the looks of it, the ball was continuing to flow away from the group. Okay, just give me a minute and I'll get the ball, he spoke while getting on top of the tube. He used his arms to swim over to the beach ball while going as fast as he could. Unfortunately, due to the wind from the weather, it pushed the ball away from Panda. Come on. It's not gonna go away, Daryl called. Just make sure you don't fall off your tube. Panda took a deep breath while swimming towards the ball. Just when the wind blew it away, Panda got it before it's too late. I got it. I'll be right there. Just when he's about to swim back to the group, he heard a splash right behind him. While getting himself wet, he managed to hold onto his tube, preventing him from falling off. Okay, who scared me? Just when he confronted someone, his frustration soon turned to shyness and a hint of embarrassment when he witnessed Amanda with her hair completely soaked. Come on, I was just having fun, she smiled. Besides, don't you think you need help by allowing someone to push you faster? Panda looked back at the group and anyone was fast enough to push him from behind. But should I be the only one who's supposed to get the ball? He showed the beach ball to her. You know, you still need some assistance since you can't swim. Amanda then started to tread in the water before straightening up and freestyled her way back to the group. Panda may get wise with his brothers during his river trips with them, but a girl who's willing to push his tube, even he never thought about that in his dreams. When he and she head back to the group, everyone around him is admiring the moment, with his partners liking how Phase 2 is working out much better. Daryl and Sophia found it sweet that he's with a girl after they allowed him to be at the table filled with single people. She's just helping, there's nothing going on between us, Panda blushed. It's not like you're busting a move, Dinesh giggled. She's the one who's busting the move on you, Sophia closed her eyes in delight and a bit of humor. With everyone continuing to catch on, Panda began to pant again, as if he's gonna explode with stress. Lucy notices the same reaction Panda had been doing the whole day. Why don't you take a break out of the water, she offered. It's fine with us, Kale added. Okay, good idea. Panda got off the tube while leaving the group as he tossed the beach ball to Ranger Tapes. He turned around and saw Amanda still giggling while waving to him. He can't even stop himself from smiling embarrassingly in front of everyone, with the whole plan taking it a different direction to what he expected. He's not sure how the third phase will play out. After a few more minutes, everyone in the lake is done playing with the beach ball. They all headed back to shore while they planned on swimming in the lake with toys. During that whole time, Panda had been laying on the sand while his heart rate slowed down to normal, thankfully. Why am I always like this while I'm bound by my choices? He said to himself. It's like she's trying to make me be with her, but I never thought she would be this excited. He lifted himself from the sand while he saw Grizz and Icebell helping Lucy and Kale with the toys being handed to the children. Ranger Tapes is talking to Daryl and Sophia about the campfire they're gonna make tonight. Man, today was much longer than I expected. To think so much was just for Kale's relationship with Lucy, I'm not sure how this day can get any more stressful. Stressful? Panda's eyes shot open when he saw Amanda standing in front of him, concern from her tone of voice. You had a stressful day when I wasn't here? Panda wanted to be honest, but at the same time, he doesn't want to hurt Lucy after the conversation he had with her. It's not that. Let's just say it was too personal for me to set up everything for a man and his girlfriend's date. You mean Kate and Lucy? She wondered, to which Panda nodded. It's nowhere near for them to have some privacy, with everyone on the far shore of Lake Enzo, not to mention with little to less attention unlike before. Back in the forest, Charlie, along with all of his animal friends, had been watching Panda this whole time without taking a single break to miss out on anything. They remained silent until the moment eventually came. I've came up with an idea with everyone going on a camping trip just so Kale can impress Lucy, Panda explained with Amanda sitting next to him. We didn't plan this a month prior, only a week prior. Maybe it explains why Ranger Tapes never taught you anything before this trip started, Amanda commented. It's not that. She took care of everything. If it was her idea, Gwiz wouldn't have been the only person here. Then it's probably good, because I wouldn't be here if that happened. Panda looked straight at Amanda after the past hour and a half since she finally arrived. How is being part of this group this important to you? He asked. I'm not trying to be rude, but remember when I retrieved your phone when you left it behind? I thought that was the last time I was ever gonna see you. Amanda knew he would say that. Every single word was just as she thought. That's what I thought when I last saw you, but in case you didn't know already, I love pandas. Well, I kind of figured that out after seeing your hat, your backpack, and your phone. But do you want to know why? She smiled. Because even if they're too rare to be seen regularly, they're always sensitive and they're genuinely kind to anyone. Panda may have made so many mistakes in his life, but at the same time, he's the most sensitive bear of the three brothers, unlike Gwiz and Ice Bear. And even if this may sound insane, I know we can still work this out. What do you mean by that? She placed her hand on his, taking him by surprise while slightly blushing. Can I be your girlfriend? Panda thought he was hallucinating at first, but his ears weren't messing with him. He instantly stood up, while completely shocked that Amanda said it next to him. No, you can't be this delusional. He placed both of his hands on his head, with phase 3 of his plan out of the window. How will anyone think of this when we're together? Amanda didn't immediately answer his question. In fact, she didn't feel heartbroken that she got denied. She got on her knees while looking at Panda straight in the eyes. My family respects me just like you. My friends don't mind what I feel just like you. And most importantly, you know how this really means to me because you found my phone. She looked at her phone with a panda icon. If I never got my phone back from you, I don't think anyone would be willing to find me. Soon, Gwiz and the others to see what Panda is doing with Amanda. Everyone who is in part of the plan refuses to interfere when they know it's not appropriate. Kale's plan was a lot more thought out, but at the same time, he knew rejecting the final phase will make his panda dude handle this all by himself. You really think so? Panda responded. Yes. This phone is really important to me when I think of pandas who understand me personally, and you are the one that makes my heart warm. She slowly walked up to him with a heartwarming smile on her face. Please, I know you can do this. You may never hung out with a girlfriend, but I never had a boyfriend in my life. Well, what are we going to do if we really go through with this? Just boyfriend and girlfriend. Just as that, we don't have to go any further, even if we're ready to go further. Panda has the chance of a lifetime right in front of him. accept or deny. But he's not gonna disappoint anyone anymore. He spent the whole day keeping a secret from his former crush, leaving the group with a broken soul only to come back where Amanda is heading to. He's fed up with the drama. This was the only time that any girl offered him to be his girlfriend. Even with a lot of work that needs to be settled, he'll do anything to not let Amanda down. All he can do was nod in response, which made Amanda super thrilled. Thank you, I promise you will never regret it. Then she planted a kiss on his cheek while lifting her right leg up. Unlike the kiss Panda got from Lucy a long time ago, he was so shocked to receive it from his now girlfriend. She holds on to the kiss while holding her breath, showing her care towards her favorite animal. Everyone from the far shore of Lake Enzo saw the whole scene play out. Grizz, Icebell, Lucy, and Kale were impressed that Panda did it. The Puppy Rangers, along with Chloe and Clifford, were awing in delight to see an animal friend getting a kiss from a girl. I gotta say, Panda went through a lot today and he owned this, Ranger Tape said proudly, placing her hand on her hip. He's a really lucky bear, Daryl smiled. This is so wonderful, Sophia wrapped her fingers together. Charlie, along with the other animals, felt proud of Panda when he finally got what he really wanted. His best friend sniffed his nose with tears of joy coming down from his face. Pan did it, and we didn't miss it! He wiped the tears from his face as he made the choice to leave as he saw everything he needed to see. But at the same time, he wanted to thank Panda face to face when the whole trip was over. Amanda finally broke the kiss after nearly a minute while leaving Panda's face completely wet. Teehee, I can tell you didn't expect me to kiss you for that long. I was expecting 3 seconds, but you somehow made it better than I thought, he blushed. Then always remember it as my first ever kiss to you. She then gave him a hug while Panda noticed that some of his friends gave him the thumbs up. Even Lucy knew what she saw back there was true, that he's still worthy of having a girlfriend. And the best thing about this, they still have the rest of the day left. Wanna go swimming with me? Amanda asked as she broke the hug. Sure, Panda cheered as he took her hand as they headed to the lake. How about we give these two some space, Grizz smirked. Sure, Kale agreed. Then maybe later we can congratulate him. Of course. Now let's have fun in the lake, Lucy cheered. Icebell and Comrade's plan is completed. More swimming rewards. Icebell heading to the water. Chapter 17. Amanda's Secret. The whole group spent the next half hour at Lake Enzo. Amanda and Panda kept splashing at each other and continued to swim together around the lake. It was longer than they thought, with no one entering from the trail in that time, meaning the whole lake was all for themselves. When they all got out, Ranger Tapes and the Puppy Rangers took out the firewood, while Grizz took out the graham crackers, marshmallows, and several chocolate bars for anyone to make s'mores. It was at that time the sky got darker as the sun set below the horizon, while everyone told scary stories to each other, while hearing the most terrifying parts of the story. Amanda got close to Panda and Phil, while he wraps his arm around her. He soon got the hang of it, to the point where he's no longer shy and more confident in himself. They all roasted the marshmallows to their liking, placing them on the chocolate within between 2 graham crackers. With the final touch of placing the last graham cracker on top, they all ate the dessert for the day. After a while, they put everything away. They gathered together and leave Lake Enzo with the moon hanging brightly in the sky. Daryl and Sophia say goodbye to the whole group as they head back to their place in San Francisco. There were no more activities set up. All she needs to do is to lead everyone back to the ranger station and send the Puppy Rangers back home. It took much longer to find their way back, but they eventually made it back at the ranger station. The camping trip was over, and they had a lot of fun after Clifford gave a hug to Panda, Lucy took him to the car while he fell asleep after the big day he had. Thank you, Panda, Ranger Tapes shaking Panda's hand. Today was a lot more important and successful than I hoped. Not to mention, it's amazing how everything turned out at the end, Panda smiled. Turned out? Thanks to you, I might consider Lucy to be my co-ranger. We still need to work on that, Lucy said, walking up to Tapes. But still, it's nice to finally meet someone I haven't met before. Then I'll be seeing you when I call you, Tapes smiled as she headed inside the ranger station to call the parents of her rangers. It's really a shame your brothers won't be around when you're with us. Nick Glenn looked at Panda and I spelled with a bit of sadness in her voice. Especially how fun it was for them to join us, Wallace added. Hey, maybe next time they might decide to join us for what we usually do. You know, troop leadership and all that, Grizz replied. Maybe we can just come over to your place during the next weekend or later, Parker requested. It would be better if we know them a little more. Just like how Panda did earlier, Murphy added. That's fine. That way, we're all safe and sound, Chloe smiled. It's just sad I won't be with all of you with the homework I'm gonna get next week. Well, look at the bright side, Dinaz walking up to Chloe. It could have been today, or it could have never happened to start with. And for the most part, you at least became more willing to become a Poppy Ranger for just one day, Wallace commented. Chloe and the Poppy Rangers gave each other a hug until Chloe heads next to Iceberg, who promised to take her home. Amanda spent the whole time standing by Kale's car, ever since she came here. She didn't want to leave because she still has a surprise she's kept hidden from the others, ever since she told Lucy and Kale about it. Panda took notice of his girlfriend standing all by herself in the shadows. Amanda, is there something wrong? He asked while walking up to her. Nothing, she smiled. In fact, I was waiting until we were separated from the group. Panda knew she would say that, thinking her separate train is waiting for her when she leaves. It's okay, you don't live here, and for everything you took just to get here, I'm fine with you heading back to where you live with your family. While acting like a mature boyfriend, he's about to hug Amanda, but she stopped him from doing so. Actually, there's a surprise I have for you. Panda, along with his friends from behind, listened to what Amanda is about to say. Me and my family are moving out of town, and my mom told me to find a home. Wait, you're really moving? Panda blinked. I've spent the last week taking trains to go sightseeing, while also trying to find houses my family can afford. And when your brother messaged me on that dating website about you, I realized I might move to San Francisco. Panda will never believe Amanda will move in order to find the perfect place to stay. Sacrificing his friendships was something he wouldn't do just for his own pleasure, but Amanda, making that sacrifice, he wonders if her friends are fine with her leaving. Amanda, I can't believe you're really doing this, Panda said in disbelief. Other than being happy that you picked the right time, she placed both of her hands behind her back. That way, we can keep up on reading manga and get to know each other more. That's completely awesome, Grizz said cheerfully, walking up to his brother. Maybe we can meet your family during he gets caught off by Panda. Grizz, it's too early for that. Amanda laughed from Panda's sense of humor. Anyway, I'm gonna be renting an apartment right now. I'll meet you tomorrow when I get the chance. She gave Panda one last hug as she waved to him before she left the ranger station. Lucy and Kale both walked up to Panda after the day they had with him with smiles on their faces. Even if today wasn't perfect, at least it didn't turn out as terribly as they feared it could have been. If you want to know why we didn't help you, it's because we dropped our plan, part of the plan, since it really wasn't needed, Lucy said. During the second phase, she was so into you, we thought you could handle it on your own, Kale added. And you did. It's unbelievable that she's willing to be my girlfriend at the first opportunity, but I thought she'd never be, Panda replied. That's when we met her. But she's a lot more nice when she thinks about pandas, Lucy added. I guess you're right, but I don't think I would have get kissed by her without the first phase, Panda smiled. Well, we can all agree that we finally did something together for once, Kale wrapping his arm around Panda. You feel like we're friends now? Pretty much. Then maybe during Anime Con, we can go together so we can enjoy what else we have in common. Easy, Kale, Lucy smiled. Just make sure that we still need to keep up as friends. I understand. Kale walks past her as he's about to start up the car. Lucy turned her attention back to Panda. She wanted to thank him for making this day happen, but she already knew he didn't need to be congratulated. The only thing she's gonna remember is when he revealed his secret to her. She didn't like it, but by learning about it, Panda isn't what she thought he was. Maybe during Food Friday, you mind taking care of deliveries, she offered. Sure, Panda accepted. I promise the boxes won't be heavier for you to carry. Lucy and Panda gave each other one last hug afterwards. She got inside the car as Kale drove away from the ranger station. It may be the first step into a much healthier relationship, but Panda might see Lucy as an understanding person in due time. As for Lucy, she'll always see Panda as her favorite out of the three, no matter how different he is. While Icebell was on his own after sending Chloe home, Gwiz and Panda head back to the cave. They were exhausted after going on a long camping trip with tons of people along. Before Gwiz opened the front door, he turned to his brother. Pan, he replied, to which his brother reacted from his slumber. You did everything just to please everyone, right? Well, Panda yawned. I didn't organize everything, but I'm definitely the wild card out of most of this. Well, at least we can finally relax in our cave for a while. Today went on way longer than it should have. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna stay inside with nothing to be concerned or worried about anymore. About anyone. When they got inside the cave, they saw Charlie sitting on the sofa, much to their surprise. Hey, Bells, he called. Charlie, how long have you been in there? Gwiz responded. For about 2 hours or so. I've read your letter. Charlie shows the Bells his letter. You saw everything back at Lake Enzo? Uh-huh. I didn't expect you to wait in the cave, Panda replied until he noticed the bag and backpack on the floor. Hey, those are the bags me and Lucy left behind back when I reunited with the group. Well, on my way back, I picked these up since they belong to you. Charlie handing Panda his belongings. By the way, me and all my friends saw you getting the girl of your dreams. Panda blushed, now knowing his friend from the woods didn't miss it when Amanda kissed his cheek for that long. Well, this is gonna take time to get used to. Don't worry about it, I'm just glad you're no longer depressed. As Charlie headed outside, he closed the door behind him. He didn't have anything to say other than being thankful. Just when Gwiz was about to head inside his room for the night, he had a question about Amanda. On the way back, he learned that she's Panda's girlfriend, and the more he thinks about it, his question became much more complex. Don't you think that having a girlfriend changes much of your life? He asks, just before Panda headed inside his room. She told me we're only being boyfriend and girlfriend, Panda responded. I'm sure our limitations will show everyone that we're not taking any steps further until we think the time is right. It's not that, Gwiz signed. Are you gonna cut your time with us, your friends, and what you love? Panda didn't realize this when he accepted Amanda to be her boyfriend. He was concerned about how he'll work it out with her and ignore the time he needs for everything he enjoys in his life. No, he answered. Yes, I know this relationship isn't the same as a normal relationship, but she can still know you and Icebell as friends. Grizz would believe his brother, but on the other hand, they never know what will happen when tomorrow comes. He knows Amanda will come over sometime the following day to let him know what neighborhood she's moving to. Maybe you're right. Then again, we really need to spend the night without going through a lot of issues. 100% agreed. As they both say goodnight, they enter inside the bedrooms. Panda placed his belongings by his table. He took his phone that Lucy put back in the backpack and turned it on. Lucy reminded him to change her name in the settings after they left the lake together. It didn't take long for him to change it, and just when he's about to tuck himself in bed, he got a notification that Amanda just followed him. When he clicked onto it, he saw her profile and the selfies she posted. Then, when she saw a selfie with him by Amanda while swimming, she didn't even mention anything about Panda being her boyfriend, since she knows how personal she wants this to be. Panda felt more pleased to think she's that smart to keep it at a low profile until everyone appreciates it. When he saw one more selfie of her sleeping with a body pillow of Mickey-chan, he pressed the like button, happy that she has a body pillow like his. She took out his body pillow of Mickey-chan as he tucked himself in bed. He wrapped his arms around it, hugging it while being drifted to sleep. He imagines his body pillow to be like Amanda, while his dreams he wishes that nothing bad will ever happen between him and her. But little did he know, Amanda has always done the same thing when she hugs her body pillow, dreaming of having a boyfriend. Until the day he learns about it from her, the more they have in common, the closer together they will be.
Let's get this started again. Me and my whole crew, we live with no rules. Let's get this started again. So if you feel like me too, there's only one thing to do. Let's go. Pay down, call the taxi cab. Got a case in the fridge and a bottle at the crib. Let's all get twisted, double fisting, drink up the resisting. Let's get this started again. Let's get this started again. Let's get this